Welcome back, dear listeners. When we last left our story, the fog-shrouded streets of Whitby had drawn Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson into a web of mystery and mounting dread. 4 victims had been discovered, each drained of blood, each bearing those peculiar puncture wounds upon their throats. The mysterious Russian ship Demeter had run aground during a terrible storm. Its crew vanished. Its cargo of 50 boxes of earth disappeared without trace. 2 men had entered Holmes's investigation, each as enigmatic as the deaths themselves. First came Professor Van Helsing from Amsterdam, speaking of vampires and blood disorders, with the conviction of personal experience. Then there was Alexander Seekerly, the elegant aristocratic collector from the Carpathian Mountains, whose name appeared on the Demeter's missing cargo manifest. Holmes had uncovered troubling inconsistencies. Van Helsing, it seemed, had been missing from his Amsterdam university for 3 weeks, just as the deaths began. The professor's intense fixation on Seekerly went beyond mere academic interest, hinting at something far more personal, and now, at a dinner party hosted by Seekerly himself, the investigation has reached a boiling point. In Seekerly's opulent study, Professor Van Helsing has openly accused their host of being a vampire, the creature responsible for Whitby's deaths. But Holmes has turned the tables with a stunning revelation. He's telegraphed Amsterdam University and discovered that the real Professor Van Helsing has been missing for 3 weeks, vanished just as the deaths began. The question now hangs heavy in the candlelit study. If Van Helsing isn't who he claims to be, then who, or what, is he? And what is his true connection to the enigmatic Alexander Seekerly? The game, as Holmes would say, is very much afoot, and the night is far from over. The journey back to London was marked by a pensive silence, broken only by the rhythmic clacking of the train's wheels against the rails. Holmes sat by the window, his keen gaze directed outward, but his attention clearly focused on his own thoughts. Across from him, Watson occasionally glanced up from his notebook, where he had been meticulously documenting the extraordinary events that had concluded their investigation in Whitby. The revelation in Seekerly's study had unfolded with the shocking clarity of a lightning strike, illuminating the true nature of their adversary in a moment of terrible understanding. Van Helsing's identity, or rather, the identity of the man who had presented himself as Van Helsing, had crumbled under Holmes's relentless logic, exposing a deception so elaborate, so perfectly executed, that even Watson, who had witnessed Holmes's methods for years, found himself staggered by the implications. "You're very quiet, Watson," Holmes observed, finally breaking his silence as the train passed through a particularly scenic stretch of countryside. "Still processing our Whitby adventure?" Watson closed his notebook with a sigh. "To be honest, Holmes, I scarcely know how to record it. The facts themselves strain credulity, and yet we both witnessed them with our own eyes." A ghost of a smile touched Holmes's lips. "The facts, as always, are quite simple. The interpretation is where complexity arises." He leaned forward slightly. "What we know with certainty: a ship called the Demeter arrived in Whitby during a violent storm, its crew missing or dead, its captain lashed to the wheel. Subsequently, 4 deaths occurred, each victim drained of blood through precise puncture wounds to the neck. A man claiming to be Professor Van Helsing of Amsterdam appeared, supposedly in response to a telegram the Reverend Thornton never sent. This same individual displayed detailed knowledge of vampire lore and an intense fixation on Mr. Seekerly, and then proved to be no professor at all. Watson added, but rather Dracula himself, who had killed the real Van Helsing in Amsterdam and assumed his identity to observe your methods. First-hand, Holmes nodded, his expression grave. An elaborate charade designed to achieve multiple objectives. By posing as a vampire expert pursuing himself, he could monitor our investigation while simultaneously directing suspicion toward Seekerly. apparently a rival vampire whose territory he wished to usurp. Watson shook his head in wonderment. The audacity of it. To masquerade as his own hunter, to actually assist in our investigation while being the very predator we sought. I still cannot fathom how he maintained the deception for so long. He very nearly succeeded, Holmes acknowledged. Had it not been for certain inconsistencies, the impossibly compressed travel timeline, the occasional slips in his accent, his unnatural aversion to reflective surfaces, I might not have pursued the parallel investigation that ultimately exposed him. The memory of that final confrontation in Sheckley's study remained vivid in Watson's mind. Holmes calmly presenting the evidence of his telegrams to Amsterdam. The growing tension as the false Van Helsing's composure began to crack. And then the chilling moment when Sheckley had stepped forward to deliver the coup de grace, revealing that the real Professor Abraham Van Helsing had indeed been his colleague, had indeed pursued him across Europe, and had indeed died at his hands in Amsterdam 3 weeks earlier. I wonder, Watson mused, why he chose to reveal himself when he did. He could have simply denied your accusations and maintained his disguise. Holmes's eyes gleamed with the intellectual appreciation he always showed when confronted with a worthy adversary. Pride, Watson. The same pride that led him to undertake such an elaborate scheme in the first place. He wanted acknowledgement, recognition of his brilliance in constructing and maintaining the deception. Remember his words. Magnificent. Day 6. I gave you 3 weeks before detection. The memory sent an involuntary chill down Watson's spine. The false Van Helsing's transformation in that moment had been subtle but unmistakable, a shifting of his features, a deepening of his voice, an alteration in his posture that somehow conveyed immense age and power despite no dramatic physical change. And Sheckley Watson asked, "A rival vampire, as you said, or another of Dracula's elaborate misdirections?" Sheckley was indeed what he appeared to be, a foreign nobleman with scholarly interests in folklore and antiquities. His connection to the Demeter was genuine but innocuous. He was merely the intended recipient of certain artifacts being shipped from Eastern Europe. Dracula used this circumstantial connection masterfully, weaving it into his narrative to cast suspicion on an innocent man. Not entirely innocent, Watson corrected. Sheckley did flee Whitby that very night, after you exposed the false Van Helsing. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. True. Which suggests he recognized the genuine danger Dracula presented, even if he himself was not involved in the killings. An interesting avenue for future investigation, perhaps. The train began to slow as it approached the outskirts of London, the pastoral landscapes giving way to the increasingly dense development that heralded their approach to the metropolis. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the tracks, the day beginning its gradual surrender to evening. "What troubles me most," Watson said after a moment of contemplation, "is that we've returned to London knowing Dracula escaped our grasp in Whitby and may well have followed the same route we now travel." "More than likely," Holmes agreed with remarkable composure. "In fact, I would be surprised if he were not already established somewhere in the city, having transported his 50 boxes of native soil to various locations as described in the shipping manifest. And yet you seem remarkably untroubled by this prospect," Watson observed, studying his friend with concern. Holmes's expression remained calm, though a certain alertness in his eyes betrayed the seriousness with which he viewed their situation. "On the contrary, Watson, I am deeply concerned. But anxiety without action is merely wasted energy. Now that we understand the nature of our adversary, we can begin constructing a more effective strategy to counter him." Their train pulled into the station amid clouds of steam and the squealing of brakes. As they collected their luggage and prepared to disembark, Holmes placed a hand on Watson's arm, his expression suddenly grave. "One thing must be absolutely clear between us, my friend," he said quietly. "From this moment forward, we can trust nothing that we have learned about Dracula from the false Van Helsing. Every piece of information he provided, every theory he espoused about vampire weaknesses or behaviors, must be treated as potentially false. Deliberate misdirection designed to render us vulnerable when we eventually confront him again." Watson nodded solemnly, understanding the profound implications of this warning. "We must start fresh, then. Build our knowledge from verifiable sources rather than the poisoned well of Dracula's deceptions." "Precisely," Holmes confirmed. "Our first task upon returning to Baker Street will be to separate genuine evidence from planted misdirection, to reconstruct the truth from fragments deliberately scattered and obscured." The familiar comforts of 221B Baker Street were a welcome respite after the tensions of Whitby. Mrs. Hudson greeted them warmly, exclaiming over their haggard appearance and insisting on preparing a hot meal despite the late hour of their arrival. Holmes accepted her ministrations with uncharacteristic patience, recognizing perhaps the value of such mundane comforts in the face of the extraordinary challenges that lay ahead. Once they had eaten and settled into their familiar positions before the hearth, Holmes in his armchair with his pipe, Watson at the small writing desk where he often composed his accounts of their adventures, the detective began methodically organizing their approach to this unprecedented case. "We must proceed with utmost caution, Watson," Holmes advised, exhaling a cloud of fragrant tobacco smoke. "Dracula has demonstrated not only cunning and patience, but also a detailed knowledge of my methods. He studied my published cases extensively. You recall the annotated copies we found in his abandoned luggage, and then observed my investigative process firsthand during our time in Whitby. While you were simultaneously studying him," Watson pointed out. "Surely that gives us some advantage." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "To an extent. I observed certain genuine characteristics that may prove useful. His aversion to reflective surfaces, for instance, which appears to be involuntary rather than a theatrical element of his disguise, his reluctance to handle religious symbols, his avoidance of sunlight, his abstention from food while maintaining the appearance of eating, all potentially valuable insights. Yet you remain skeptical about traditional vampire lore," Watson noted. "The garlic, the stakes, the holy water that Van Helsing, that is Dracula, insisted were effective." "I remain skeptical of information provided by a proven deceiver," Holmes corrected. "Some elements of folklore may indeed be accurate, but we cannot assume any particular aspect is true merely because our enemy claimed it was so. We need independent verification from reliable sources." Rising from his chair, Holmes moved to the telegram forms stacked neatly on his desk. "I intend to contact several institutions that may provide valuable assistance. The British Museum, for their expertise in Eastern European history and folklore, Oxford University, where a colleague of mine has done extensive research into Transylvanian culture, and most importantly, the Dutch legal firm that handled the real Van Helsing's affairs." "His legal firm?" Watson asked, surprised. "What do you hope to learn from them?" Holmes's expression was one of grim determination. If Van Helsing truly spent years tracking Dracula, as our adversary himself claimed, then he would have accumulated significant research. A methodical man would ensure that such knowledge was preserved in the event of his death, particularly if he recognized the growing danger to himself. Watson's eyes widened with understanding. "You think Van Helsing left records of his research? Perhaps even instructions for what would happen if he disappeared? It would be the logical precaution for a man engaged in such dangerous work," Holmes confirmed. "And if such documentation exists, it may provide us with information untainted by Dracula's deceptions." As Holmes drafted his telegrams, Watson found himself reflecting on the extraordinary shift in their reality since departing for Whitby just days earlier. They had left London as rational men investigating what appeared to be unusual, but ultimately human crimes. They returned with the knowledge that something beyond conventional understanding stalked the streets and shadows of their world, a predator whose existence challenged the very foundations of their modern, scientific worldview. "You're troubled, Watson," Holmes observed, glancing up from his writing. "The metaphysical implications of our discovery weigh upon you?" Watson smiled wryly at his friend's perception. "Am I so transparent?" "Yes, I confess I'm struggling to reconcile what we've witnessed with my medical training, my scientific understanding of the world. If vampires exist, what other creatures of legend might walk among us unrecognized?" Holmes set down his pen, regarding Watson with unusual gentleness. "The boundaries of our knowledge are constantly expanding, my dear fellow. What seems supernatural today may be scientifically explicable tomorrow. Consider how our ancestors would have viewed electricity, radio waves, or the germ theory of disease. Magic, all of it, to uneducated eyes." "You suggest Dracula's condition might have a biological explanation?" Watson asked, his medical interest piqued despite his unease. "I suggest that we approach this case as we would any other, with open minds, careful observation, and rigorous methodology. Whether we classify Dracula as supernatural, or simply as an undiscovered biological phenomenon, matters less than understanding his capabilities and limitations so that we might effectively counter him." Watson nodded slowly, finding comfort in Holmes's pragmatic approach. "You're right, of course. Categories matter less than facts. And the fact remains that people are dying, regardless of how we classify their killer." "Precisely," Holmes agreed, returning to his telegrams, "though I would add one important distinction to your statement, Watson. People are not merely dying, they are being hunted, and that makes our responsibility all the clearer." The following morning brought responses to Holmes's telegrams with remarkable promptness, suggesting that his reputation had ensured priority handling of his inquiries. The most significant reply came from Amsterdam, not from the university this time, but from the law offices of Van Houten and Dekker, who confirmed that they had indeed served as Professor Van Helsing's legal representatives for many years. "Listen to this, Watson," Holmes said, reading from the telegram. "Per client instructions, in the event of sudden death or disappearance exceeding 14 days, certain sealed documents to be forwarded to Sherlock Holmes, London. Package dispatched yesterday upon receipt of your inquiry. Arrive within a week. Van Houten, senior partner." Watson looked up from his breakfast with undisguised surprise. Van Helsing left instructions to send his research to you specifically. But how could he have known you would become involved? Holmes folded the telegram thoughtfully. "I suspect he didn't. More likely the instructions were to forward his documents to whoever was investigating his disappearance. Our inquiry simply triggered the protocol he had established." "Still, it's remarkably fortunate," Watson observed. "If his research is as comprehensive as we hope, it could provide exactly the untainted information we need." Indeed, Holmes agreed. "Though we must remain cautious even with these documents. If Dracula killed Van Helsing and assumed his identity, he may have had access to the professor's papers before coming to Whitby. We cannot discount the possibility that he altered or removed critical information." Their discussion was interrupted by a knock at the door, heralding the arrival of Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. The police detective entered with his characteristic brisk energy, declining Mrs. Hudson's offer of tea. As he settled into the chair, Holmes indicated Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson Lestrade greeted them, his shrewd eyes taking in their appearance. "You both look as though you've had quite the adventure in the north. Successful investigation, I hope?" "Illuminating, certainly," Holmes replied diplomatically, though not without complications. "What brings you to Baker Street this morning, Inspector? A new case requiring consultation?" Lestrade extracted a small notebook from his pocket. "In a manner of speaking, we've had a series of unusual deaths in the East End over the past few days. 3 victims found in similar circumstances, all drained of blood, all with the same peculiar wounds to the neck." Watson and Holmes exchanged a significant glance. "When did these deaths begin, exactly?" Holmes inquired, his voice carefully controlled. The first body was discovered 4 days ago, Lestrade replied, consulting his notes. A dock worker named Thomas Billings, found in an alley near the Thames. The second, 2 days later, Mary Collins, a seamstress. And just yesterday morning, a third, William Harker, a clerk at a shipping office. All with puncture wounds to the neck, you say? Holmes pressed. And significant blood loss? Lestrade nodded, his expression troubled. The medical examiner is quite baffled. Says he's never seen anything like it. The body's almost completely drained, yet minimal blood at the scenes. Some of the constables are already whispering about, well, I hesitate to even mention such nonsense. Vampires, Watson suggested quietly. Lestrade looked up sharply. You've heard the rumours, then? Absolute rubbish, of course. The East End is rife with superstition, especially among the immigrant communities, but I expected better from trained police officers. Holmes had risen during this exchange, moving to the large map of London mounted on the wall beside his chemical apparatus. These deaths, he said, marking locations with pins as Lestrade provided addresses, all within a relatively small area of the East End, yet not clustered enough to suggest a single specific hunting ground. Hunting ground, Lestrade repeated, frowning. An unusual choice of words, Mr. Holmes. Yet perhaps the most accurate, Holmes replied, studying the pattern of pins. We're dealing with a predator, Inspector. One who selects victims opportunistically within a territory he considers safe for his activities. You speak as if you know something about these crimes, Lestrade observed shrewdly. Did you encounter similar cases in Whitby? Holmes turned from the map, his expression grave. We did, Inspector, and I believe the perpetrator has now followed us to London. The pattern is identical. Nocturnal attacks, victims drained of blood through precise wounds, bodies discovered at dawn. Lestrade's scepticism was evident. You suggest that your presence in Whitby somehow connected to these deaths, and now your return to London has prompted similar crimes here. That seems rather fantastical. Holmes supplied a thin smile. I understand your reluctance, Lestrade. 3 days ago I would have shared it. But facts must be acknowledged, however improbable they may seem. Inspector Lestrade departed Baker Street with evident reluctance, his practical police mind struggling to reconcile Holmes's explanations with his own understanding of the world. Holmes had been careful in what he shared, providing enough information to secure the inspector's cooperation without venturing so far into the supernatural as to lose his trust entirely. They had agreed to exchange information as their parallel investigations progressed, though Watson suspected Lestrade would pursue more conventional explanations for the East End deaths than the vampire theory Holmes now accepted. He thinks we've both gone mad, Watson observed as the door closed behind the inspector. Holmes shrugged slightly, returning to the map where he had marked the locations of the recent murders. Lestrade is a good detective within his limitations. His scepticism is entirely rational, given his frame of reference. 3 days ago, we would have shared it. What now, Watson asked, joining his friend on the map. Do we wait for Van Helsing's documents to arrive from Amsterdam, or pursue our own investigation in the meantime? Holmes studied the pin-marked map with intense concentration. We cannot afford to wait, Watson. Every night brings fresh risk of additional victims. Yet we must proceed cautiously. Dracula demonstrated in Whitby that he is watching us, studying our methods. Any obvious investigation on our part may alert him to our pursuit. Surely he already knows we'll be hunting him, Watson reasoned. After his escape from Whitby, he must expect us to continue the case. Perhaps Holmes acknowledged. Or perhaps he believes his revelation of his true identity served as sufficient warning for us to abandon the chase. Few men would willingly pursue a predator who has so clearly demonstrated his superiority. Watson smiled grimly. He doesn't know you very well, then. On the contrary, Holmes corrected, I believe he knows me all too well, which is precisely what makes him so dangerous. He selected me as his adversary, because he recognized in my methods a worthy challenge to his centuries of experience. This is not merely a hunt, Watson. This is a game of intellect against intellect, strategy against strategy. Turning from the map, Holmes moved to his desk and began rummaging through the stacks of papers that perpetually covered its surface. After a moment, he extracted several folders, each labelled with the title of a previous case. While we await Van Helsing's documents, I intend to review certain past investigations that, in light of our new understanding, may take on fresh significance. Holmes opened the first folder, revealing his precise handwriting covering pages of notes. The inexplicable elements of these cases troubled me at the time, but lacking the context we now possess, I filed them among my collection of anomalies rather than solved mysteries. Watson recognised the folder's label, the singular affair of the Norwood builder, a case they had investigated some 3 years earlier. You believe Dracula may have been involved in our previous cases? That seems rather far-fetched, Holmes. Consider his own words in Whitby, Holmes replied, leafing through his notes. I've been reading your cases for years, fascinated by your mind. I gave you puzzles worthy of your abilities, and then his specific references to cases with elements he claimed to have added, the Norwood builder, the locked room in Brighton, the Oxford theft. These were not random examples, Watson. They were admissions. Watson felt a chill of realisation. Good Lord. You think he's been manipulating events around us for years, creating crimes specifically designed to test your abilities? Not all crimes, Holmes clarified, but certain cases with elements that never quite resolved satisfactorily, yes. The Brighton locked room murder, for instance. We attributed the victim's severe anemia to a pre-existing medical condition, yet the timing and circumstances align remarkably well with what we now know of Dracula's methodology. As Holmes spread the case files across his desk, Watson marvelled at the implications of this theory. If true, it suggested a level of obsession and patience that bordered on the pathological, years spent studying Holmes's methods, crafting elaborate scenarios to test them, all while remaining hidden in plain sight. I find it difficult to believe we encountered a vampire repeatedly, without noticing anything unusual, Watson objected. Holmes looked up with a faint smile. Did we? Or did we simply rationalise the unusual elements we did observe? The suspect witnesses claimed could appear and disappear almost instantaneously. The crime scenes where evidence contradicted the laws of physics. The inexplicable knowledge certain individuals possessed about private matters. We created logical explanations because the alternative was unthinkable. Their review of Holmes's case files continued through the afternoon, with Holmes occasionally making notations or drawing connections between seemingly unrelated investigations. Watson assisted by retrieving additional records from Holmes's meticulous filing system, increasingly disturbed by the pattern that began to emerge. At least 7 previously investigated cases contained elements that, viewed through the lens of their new knowledge, suggested Dracula's influence or direct involvement. The most troubling aspect, Holmes observed as evening approached, is not merely that Dracula may have engineered these scenarios, but that he was monitoring my responses to them, testing specific investigative techniques, observing my methods, learning my patterns of deduction. To what end? Watson wondered. Merely intellectual curiosity? Holmes closed the file he had been examining, his expression grave. I believe his motives are more complex than simple curiosity. Consider a predator who has existed for centuries, who has, by his own account, mastered every discipline, encountered every type of opponent, and found none to truly challenge him. Such an entity might well cultivate worthy opposition simply to alleviate the profound boredom of immortality. The notion was so disturbing that Watson found himself momentarily speechless. The idea that their lives, their cases, their very careers might have been manipulated as entertainment for an immortal monster seemed almost too terrible to contemplate. If that's true, Watson said finally, then our current investigation plays directly into his design. We're participating in exactly the game he wishes to play. Indeed, Holmes acknowledged. Yet what alternative do we have? People are dying, Watson. Whatever Dracula's motivations for engaging with us, the victims of his predation are very real. We cannot abandon the hunt merely because it might satisfy his perverse desire for intellectual stimulation. Their sombre discussion was interrupted by a knock at the door. Mrs. Hudson entered bearing a silver tray with a telegram. "Just arrived for you, Mr. Holmes," she announced. The boy said it was most urgent. Holmes opened the telegram with his usual methodical precision, his expression revealing nothing as he read its contents. "From Dr. Seward," he explained, handing the message to Watson. "The asylum director we met at Seekley's gathering in Whitby. It seems he's arrived in London and wishes to consult with us on a matter of some urgency." Watson read the brief message. "Arrived London stop patient R. M. Renfield escaped facility. 3 days ago. Stop believe connected to Whitby events. Stop request meeting. Earliest convenience. Stop staying Imperial Hotel. Stop Seward." "Renfield?" Watson asked, looking up from the telegram. "The name isn't familiar." "Nor to me," Holmes confirmed. "But if Seward believes this patient's escape connects to our Whitby investigation, we should certainly hear what he has to say. Send a response, Watson, inviting the doctor to join us here this evening. We'll add his information to our growing body of evidence." While Watson composed and dispatched the reply, Holmes returned to the map of London, studying the pattern of pins marking the recent murders with renewed intensity. "There's something here that eludes me," he murmured, more to himself than to Watson. A logic to the geographic distribution that suggests purpose beyond mere opportunity. Watson joined him at the map after sending the telegram. "They're all within the East End, as you noted earlier. Perhaps simply a hunting ground where disappearances are less likely to attract immediate attention." Holmes shook his head slowly. "There's more to it than that. These locations form a rough perimeter around..." His finger traced a circle connecting the murder sites, then pointed to the area they roughly enclosed. Carfax Abbey. The estate near Purfleet. Watson recalled the name from their investigation in Whitby. The shipping manifest listed it as the primary destination for the Demeter's cargo, the 50 boxes of earth. "Precisely," Holmes confirmed. "The property Seekley supposedly purchased, though we now know that was merely another of Dracula's misdirections. I suspect Carfax may be his actual sanctuary, the centre of his web, with these killings forming a protective boundary around it." "A territory marked in blood," Watson observed grimly. "But to what purpose? Why establish such a boundary?" Holmes's eyes gleamed with the intensity that always accompanied an intellectual breakthrough. "Misdirection again, Watson. By creating a pattern of killings that encircles Carfax, he draws attention to the estate, while simultaneously making it appear too obvious a location for his actual refuge." "You believe he's established his sanctuary elsewhere?" Watson asked, trying to follow Holmes's reasoning. "I believe he wants us to think that," Holmes clarified. "It's another layer of his strategy, making the obvious answer appear to be a trap, thus leading us to look elsewhere while he hides in plain sight. The question is whether we're meant to recognise this double bluff or not." Dr. Seward arrived at Baker Street shortly after 7 o'clock, a tall, scholarly man with the alert, observant expression of one accustomed to studying human behaviour. After introductions and the necessary social preliminaries, he settled into the chair Holmes offered, accepting a glass of brandy with evident gratitude. "I must apologise for contacting you so abruptly," Seward began, "but after the events in Whitby, followed by my patient's escape and these alarming murders in London, I felt compelled to share what little information I have." "We appreciate your initiative, Doctor," Holmes assured him. "Please tell us about this patient. Renfield, I believe you called him?" Seward nodded, his professional demeanour momentarily giving way to a troubled expression. "R.M. Renfield has been under my care for approximately 3 years, a most unusual case of what I initially diagnosed as zoophagous mania, a compulsion to consume living creatures for their life essence. He began with flies, progressed to spiders, then birds, constantly seeking to absorb what he called the life force of other beings. Most disturbing, Watson commented, his medical interest engaged despite the grotesque subject matter. "And you believe this patient's condition connects to our investigation?" "I do," Seward confirmed gravely. "For the past several months, Renfield has exhibited periods of remarkable lucidity alternating with episodes of extreme agitation. During these lucid phases, he spoke repeatedly of a master who was coming, a being who had promised to share secrets of immortality with him. I dismissed these as delusions until approximately 1 month ago, when Renfield's behaviour changed dramatically. In what way? Holmes inquired, leaning forward slightly. He became calm, almost serene. He stopped consuming insects and small animals, claiming his master no longer required such practice. He began keeping a journal, making cryptic notations about shipments, arrivals, and something he referred to as the Great Work. Seward paused, taking a steadying sip of brandy. 3 days ago, he vanished from his cell, a room on the 3rd floor with barred windows and a still-reinforced door that remained locked from the outside. His disappearance defied all logical explanations. The timing coincides with the first London murder, Holmes observed. And you believe Renfield may be connected to these killings? Seward hesitated. I'm reluctant to accuse my patient of murder without evidence. Renfield's fantasies involved consuming life. Yes, but his actual violence was directed only towards small creatures. However, after hearing about the Whitby deaths during my visit there, and now these similar murders in London... He trailed off, clearly uncomfortable with the conclusion his own logic suggested. Did Renfield ever mention Whitby specifically, Holmes asked, or any names that might connect him to our investigation there? Not Whitby, no, Seward replied. But he did speak of a foreign nobleman who would soon arrive from across the sea, someone of ancient lineage and extraordinary powers, and in the days before his escape, he became fixated on a specific location. Seward reached into his pocket and extracted a folded paper. This was found in Renfield's cell after his disappearance. It appears to be a map he drew from memory. Holmes unfolded the paper carefully. The drawing was crude but recognisable, a rough map of London with one area circled repeatedly in heavy strokes. Carfax Abbey, Holmes said quietly, looking up at Watson with a significant expression. Your patient appears to have been fixated on the very property we were discussing before your arrival, Doctor. Seward looked between them in surprise. You're familiar with the estate? It's quite obscure, a derelict property that has stood empty for years from what I understand. It's become relevant to our investigation, Holmes explained, choosing his words carefully. Tell me, Dr. Seward, during your time in Whitby, did you form any impression of Professor Van Helsing? The question seemed to catch Seward off guard. Van Helsing? I met him only briefly at Zekely's gathering. He struck me as highly knowledgeable, if somewhat intense in his manner. Why do you ask? Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson before responding. The professor's identity and role in these events is complex. I believe the information you've provided about Renfield may help clarify certain aspects of that complexity. For the next hour, Holmes led Seward through a careful recounting of his interactions with Renfield, focusing particularly on any statements the patient had made regarding his mysterious master. Though clearly confused by the seemingly tangential direction of Holmes's questioning, Seward cooperated fully, his clinical precision providing a wealth of potentially valuable details. One last question, Doctor, Holmes said as their interview drew to a close. Did Renfield ever demonstrate unusual physical abilities? Strength beyond what his frame would suggest, perhaps, or peculiar sensitivities to certain substances or objects? Seward's expression registered surprise. How did you know? Yes, during certain episodes, Renfield displayed strength that required multiple attendants to restrain him, far beyond what his rather average physique should have permitted. And he developed a curious aversion to certain religious symbols in the asylum's chapel, though he had previously attended services without incident. Holmes nodded, as if this confirmation aligned with some private theory. Thank you, Doctor. You've been most helpful. I suggest you remain in London for the time being. Your insights regarding Renfield may prove valuable as our investigation progresses. After Seward's departure, Holmes immediately returned to the map, adding a new pin to mark Carfax Abbey at the centre of the murder locations. Renfield appears to be a disciple or servant, he observed. What Van Helsing would have called a familiar, a human who serves the vampire in exchange for promised rewards. You believe he's assisting Dracula in these murders, Watson asked. Perhaps not directly in the killings, Holmes replied, but certainly in establishing his master's presence in London. Renfield's knowledge of Carfax, his escape coinciding with the first murder, his previous ravings about a powerful master who would grant him immortality, all suggest he's been in communication with Dracula for some time, possibly serving as an advance agent to prepare for his arrival. Watson frowned thoughtfully. But how could Dracula have communicated with an asylum patient in Scarborough while he was still in Eastern Europe? Surely Seward would have noticed correspondence or visitors. An excellent question, Holmes acknowledged, and one that highlights the limits of our current understanding of Dracula's capabilities. The genuine Van Helsing might have provided an explanation, but we cannot trust the information given to us by his impostor. Moving to his desk, Holmes extracted a fresh sheet of paper and began writing with rapid precision. "We need to locate Renfield," he declared. "He represents a direct connection to Dracula, perhaps the only human ally our adversary possesses in London. Finding him may lead us to his master, or at least to a better understanding of Dracula's intentions," Watson added, "though I fear Renfield's usefulness to Dracula may have ended with his escape from the asylum. If so..." Holmes nodded grimly, completing Watson's unspoken thought. "If so, we may be searching for another victim rather than an active accomplice. Nevertheless, we must try." He folded the paper he had been writing on and placed it in an envelope. "A note to my irregulars, setting them to watch for a man matching Renfield's description in the vicinity of Carfax Abbey. Their eyes and ears may succeed where official channels would attract unwanted attention." The evening deepened around them as they continued their preparations, Holmes dispatching his message to the network of street children, who often served as his eyes and ears in London's less accessible corners. As midnight approached, Watson found himself repeatedly glancing toward the windows, newly conscious of the darkness that had once seemed merely the absence of light, but now represented the hunting hours of their adversary. "You should rest, Watson," Holmes advised, noting his friend's evident fatigue. "Tomorrow promises to be demanding. I intend to visit the British Museum's Folklore Division in the morning, followed by an excursion to Oxford to consult with Professor Thornley, the Transylvanian historian I mentioned." "And Carfax Abbey?" Watson asked. "Surely we must investigate the property directly?" Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, though with extreme caution. If our theory is correct and Carfax serves as Dracula's central sanctuary, a daylight reconnaissance would be prudent, minimizing the risk of encountering its owner while maximizing our opportunity to gather information about the layout and defences of the estate." As Watson prepared to retire to his room, a sudden thought struck him. "Holmes, if Dracula engineered previous cases to test your methods, might he not be orchestrating this entire scenario as well, creating a pattern of murders around Carfax, ensuring Renfield's map found its way to us, all to lead us precisely where he wishes us to go?" Holmes's expression was grave but determined. "Almost certainly, my dear Watson. We are playing a game whose rules he has established over centuries of practice. Yet every game, no matter how cleverly designed, contains vulnerabilities that can be exploited by a player who understands not just the rules, but the psychology behind them." "And you believe you understand Dracula's psychology?" Watson asked. "I believe I recognize his fundamental weakness," Holmes replied quietly. "The same pride that led him to reveal his true identity in Whitby, rather than maintain his deception. The same need for intellectual validation that drives him to create elaborate tests, rather than simply hunt in anonymity. He doesn't merely want to feed Watson. He wants to be appreciated for his brilliance, perhaps the most human quality remaining in his immortal existence." As Watson finally retired to his room, Holmes's words continued to resonate in his mind. The notion that their superhuman adversary might be vulnerable precisely because of his most human characteristic offered a glimmer of hope in what otherwise seemed an impossibly uneven contest. Yet Watson could not shake the disturbing thought that every move they made, every strategy they devised, might be exactly what Dracula anticipated. Another turn in a game whose ultimate outcome had perhaps been determined before they even realized they were players. The morning dawned grey and misty, the kind of autumn day when London seemed to exist in perpetual twilight. Holmes had already departed when Watson descended for breakfast, leaving a brief note explaining that he had gone to the British Museum and would meet Watson at Oxford Station for their appointment with Professor Thornley at 2:00. This arrangement suited Watson perfectly, as he had his own errand to accomplish. a visit to the most recent murder scene in the East End, where he hoped his medical expertise might detect details overlooked by the police surgeons. The location proved to be a narrow alley near the docks, the sort of dismal passageway that seemed designed for nefarious activities. Though 3 days had passed since the discovery of William Harker's body, Watson could still discern the faint outline of chalk marks on the cobblestones where the corpse had lain. A constable stood guard nearby, evidence that Scotland Yard considered the site worth protecting despite the passage of time. "Dr. Watson, isn't it?" the officer called as Watson approached. "Inspector Lestrade mentioned you might be coming by, said I was to extend every courtesy." "Thank you, Constable," Watson replied, appreciative of Lestrade's cooperation. "I won't need access to the actual body. I understand it's been removed to the morgue, but I'd like to examine the scene if I may." The constable nodded, stepping aside. "Not much to see any more, sir." Rains washed away most of the evidence, what little there was to begin with. Watson knelt beside the chalk outline, his experienced eyes scanning the surrounding cobblestones. The constable was right. Any blood or other fluids that might have been present had long since been diluted and washed away by London's perpetual dampness. Yet something about the location itself struck him as significant. "The body was found in this exact position?" he asked, indicating the chalk marks. "Yes, sir. Lying on his back, arms at his sides, very peaceful-like, almost as if he'd been laid out properly, not just dropped where he fell." Watson nodded thoughtfully. "And the wounds?" The official report mentioned punctures to the neck. "2 small holes, right side of the throat," the constable confirmed, touching his own neck to demonstrate. "Barely any blood around them, which is odd considering—" He trailed off, clearly uncomfortable with the gruesome details. "Considering the extreme blood loss," Watson completed. "Yes, most peculiar." He rose from his examination of the ground, turning in a slow circle to take in the entire alley. Were there any witnesses? Anyone who might have seen or heard something unusual during the night? The constable shook his head. Not directly, no. Though there was a woman in the building across the way who reported seeing a tall gentleman in evening clothes walking down the alley around midnight. Said he looked out of place in this neighbourhood, but she thought nothing of it until the body was discovered. "A gentleman in evening clothes," Watson repeated. "Did she provide a more detailed description?" "Only that he was foreign-looking, with very pale skin and dark hair. She saw him from her window, so couldn't say much more than that." Watson thanked the constable and continued his examination of the surrounding area. The alley connected 2 busier streets, providing a shortcut that locals would naturally use. Yet something about the specific location where the body had been found nagged at him. It was neither at one end of the alley nor the other, but precisely in the middle, equidistant from either entrance. As Watson contemplated this peculiarity, a ragged figure shuffled into the alley from the eastern end, an elderly man with the weathered appearance of a long-time resident of London's harsher districts. The constable moved as if to intercept him, but Watson raised a hand. "One moment," he called to the newcomer. "Might I have a word?" The old man regarded Watson with the wary expression of one accustomed to avoiding authority. "Ain't done nothing wrong," he muttered defensively. "I'm not suggesting you have," Watson assured him. "I'm a doctor, investigating this recent death." "Do you live in the area?" The wariness remained, but curiosity seemed to overcome it. 50 years on this street," the man acknowledged. "Seen plenty come and go, I have. Then perhaps you might have noticed something unusual in recent nights. Strangers in the neighbourhood, odd comings and goings." The old man glanced at the chalk outline, then back at Watson. "There's been a shadow moving where shadows shouldn't be," he said quietly. "Not just here. All through the East End these past few nights, a shadow," Watson prompted gently. "A man but not a man," the old-timer elaborated, his voice dropping further. "Walks like he's floating. Appears where he wasn't a moment before. The local folk know to stay inside after dark now. Something hunting in the night, there is." The constable rolled his eyes, clearly dismissing this as the ramblings of a superstitious old man. But Watson felt a chill of recognition. The description matched precisely what they had glimpsed during their vigil in Whitby's churchyard. "Thank you," Watson said sincerely, pressing a coin into the man's gnarled hand. "You've been most helpful." His examination complete, Watson hailed a hansom cab to take him to Oxford Station, his mind working to integrate this new information with what they already knew. The consistent description of the suspect, foreign, aristocratic in appearance, unnaturally pale, aligned perfectly with Dracula as they had known him in his Zeckerly persona. Yet something about the positioning of the victims, the almost ritual-like arrangement of the bodies, suggested a purpose beyond mere feeding. Holmes was waiting at the agreed location when Watson arrived, his tall figure easily recognisable among the crowd of travellers. As they boarded the train for the short journey to Oxford, Holmes listened intently to Watson's account of his morning's investigation. "Most interesting," Holmes commented when Watson had finished, "particularly the old man's description of a shadow moving where shadow shouldn't be. It correlates with Tom Bartley's account of the figure climbing the Demeter's hull during the storm." "You believe these witnesses are actually seeing Dracula's supernatural abilities?" Watson asked, "rather than simply exaggerating normal movements viewed under difficult conditions?" Holmes considered this carefully before responding. "I believe they are describing, in the only vocabulary available to them, phenomena that defy conventional explanation. Whether these abilities are truly supernatural, or merely represent biological adaptations beyond current scientific understanding, remains to be determined." "And your morning at the British Museum?" Watson inquired. "Did it prove fruitful?" "Moderately so," Holmes replied. "Their collection of Eastern European folklore is quite extensive, though much of it mixes legitimate historical accounts with obvious superstition and religious overlay. I focused primarily on consistent elements that appeared across multiple cultures and time periods." "And what patterns emerged?" "Several worth noting," Holmes said. "The aversion to sunlight appears universal across all vampire traditions, suggesting a genuine physiological vulnerability rather than mere superstition. Similarly, the inability to cross running water without assistance occurs too consistently to dismiss entirely." "What of the traditional repellents?" Watson asked. "Garlic, religious symbols, stakes through the heart?" Holmes's expression grew thoughtful. "Less consistent and more culturally specific. Religious symbols, for instance, seem effective only when the vampire and the wielder share the same faith tradition during their mortal lives. The stake appears to be merely one of several methods of physical destruction, its prominence in folklore perhaps due more to its availability as a weapon than any special efficacy." Their discussion continued as the train made its way to Oxford, where a carriage awaited to transport them to Professor Thornley's offices at Magdalen College. The professor himself proved to be a jovial, rotund man in his 60s, with the perpetually ink-stained fingers of a devoted scholar and the enthusiasm of someone genuinely passionate about his obscure field of expertise. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, an honour indeed," Thornley greeted them, ushering them into a study so crammed with books and manuscripts that navigation required careful attention. "I've followed your cases for years. Never imagined you'd consult me professionally. Transylvanian history isn't generally relevant to London crime, I should think." "Circumstances occasionally create unexpected connections," Holmes replied diplomatically. "We're particularly interested in historical accounts of a certain nobleman from the Carpathian region, a figure who may have used various names over the centuries, but who originated in the vicinity of the Borgo Pass." Thornley's eyebrows rose with evident interest. "The Borgo Pass region? That would place your subject in the domain of the Dracula family, voivodes who ruled Wallachia in the 15th century, most infamous among them being Vlad III, known historically as Vlad Tepes or the Impaler, and in folklore as Dracula," Holmes completed. "Yes, that's precisely the historical figure whose legacy concerns us." For the next 2 hours, Thornley led them through a fascinating historical journey, separating verifiable facts about the historical Vlad Dracula from the supernatural legends that had accreted around him after his death. The professor seemed delighted to have such attentive listeners for what was clearly his life's passion, frequently diving into his crowded bookshelves to extract rare manuscripts or maps to illustrate particular points. The most curious aspect Thornley noted as their consultation neared, its end is the abrupt cessation of reports of Dracula's death. Historical records indicate he died in battle in 1476, yet nearly contemporary accounts from the region suggest he somehow survived. or at least that something bearing his likeness continued to be sighted in the Carpathian Mountains for decades afterward. These post-mortem sightings, Holmes inquired, were they consistent in description, or the kind of varied, contradictory accounts one might expect from folklore? Thornley's expression grew serious. That's the truly remarkable thing, Mr. Holmes. The descriptions remain consistent across centuries, not just decades, mind you, but hundreds of years. A tall, aristocratic figure with remarkable pallor, penetrating eyes, and extraordinary physical capabilities. Always nocturnal, always associated with mysterious deaths in the vicinity, and always in the same geographic region, Watson asked. Initially, yes, Thornley confirmed, but beginning in the 17th century, similar accounts began appearing across Eastern Europe, then Western Europe by the 18th century. Always the same description, always the same pattern of nocturnal appearances followed by unexplained deaths or disappearances. As they prepared to depart, Thornley hesitated, then moved to a locked cabinet in the corner of his study. "There's one more item that might interest you," he said, extracting a small leather-bound volume. A journal kept by a British diplomat who encountered someone claiming to be a descendant of the Dracula line in Vienna in 1789. The account is disturbing. I've never published it, as it veers so dramatically from academic standards into what appears to be either fiction or delusion. Holmes accepted the journal with evident interest. "May we borrow this? I assure you it will be treated with the utmost care and returned promptly." "Keep it," Thornley said with unusual solemnity. "I've made copies of the relevant scholarly portions. The rest? Well, I'll sleep better, knowing it's in your hands rather than mine, frankly." The journey back to London gave Holmes and Watson ample opportunity to examine the diplomat's journal. Its early entries were mundane diplomatic correspondence, but around midway through, the tone changed dramatically. The writer described meeting a Count D at a Viennese ball, a nobleman of such charismatic presence and penetrating intelligence that he immediately stood out among the aristocratic crowd. Their subsequent interactions grew increasingly disturbing, with the diplomat noting the Count's unusual habits, his encyclopedic knowledge of seemingly every subject, and the inexplicable fear he inspired in servants and animals alike. The final entries documented the diplomat's growing suspicion that Count D was not merely eccentric but somehow inhuman, culminating in a late-night encounter where the Count demonstrated abilities that defied natural explanation. The journal ended abruptly, mid-sentence, with a scrawled note in different handwriting stating simply that the diplomat had been found dead in his chambers, the cause undetermined but the body showing extreme pallor and 2 small wounds upon the neck. "Well, that's certainly consistent with our experiences," Watson observed as they neared London, though it adds little new information beyond confirming Dracula's historical movements. "On the contrary," Holmes replied, "it provides valuable insight into his methodology when establishing himself in a new location. Note how he integrated himself into Viennese society, using his aristocratic background and natural charisma to gain access to influential circles. I suspect he employs a similar strategy wherever he relocates, becoming a respected, if somewhat mysterious figure in local society, while conducting his predatory activities in adjacent, less scrutinized areas. Like Seekely and Whitby, Watson realized, residing in the respectable Crescent while hunting near the harbour and Abbey. Precisely. And now in London, we may assume he has established a similar pattern, a respectable residence somewhere, perhaps under an assumed identity, while using Carfax Abbey as his true sanctuary and hunting in the surrounding East End. They arrived back in London as dusk was falling, the city's gas lamps creating pools of yellowish light in the gathering gloom. As their cab made its way through the crowded streets toward Baker Street, Holmes suddenly rapped on the roof, instructing the driver to change direction. "A detour, Watson," he explained. "One of my irregulars was waiting at the station with a message. It seems they've located someone matching Renfield's description near Carfax Abbey." The new destination proved to be a dilapidated boarding house on the fringes of the East End, close enough to Carfax to view the Abbey's decaying towers from its upper windows. Holmes's young informant, a street urchin of perhaps 12 years with the prematurely aged expression common to London's child poor, awaited them on the corner. "He's in there, Mr. Holmes," the boy reported, pointing to the boarding house. "Third floor, back room. Comes and goes at odd hours, talking to himself something fierce. Matches the description you gave. Middle-aged gent with wild eyes and nervous manner." Holmes pressed a coin into the boy's palm. "Excellent work, Tommy. Now clear off home and don't linger in this neighbourhood after dark, understand? The boarding house's proprietress, a worn-looking woman with the perpetually suspicious expression of one accustomed to housing society's least reputable elements, reluctantly confirmed that a new tenant matching Renfield's description had taken a room 3 days earlier. "Paid for a month in advance," she added, somewhat defensively. "Good cash money, so I didn't ask questions. Keeps to himself mostly, though I've heard him talking in his room. Thought he had visitors, but when I brought up tea, he was alone, just staring out the window toward that old Abbey." "Is he in his room now?" Holmes inquired. "Went out about an hour ago," she replied. "Said he'd be back after dark. Should I tell him you called?" "That won't be necessary," Holmes assured her, slipping her a generous gratuity. "We'll return later." "In the meantime, might we see his room? A family matter, you understand. His doctor is concerned about his welfare." Whether convinced by Holmes's explanation or simply by the additional coin he offered, the woman led them to Renfield's room, a small, spartanly furnished chamber with a single window that indeed offered a direct view of Carfax Abbey in the distance. The room contained a few personal possessions, a change of clothing, basic toiletries, and a notebook lying open on the room's sole table. Holmes moved immediately to the notebook, his keen eyes scanning the contents while Watson examined the rest of the room. The writing was erratic, alternating between precise methodical notations and frenzied scribbles that sometimes tore through the paper with their intensity. "Most illuminating," Holmes murmured. "Renfield has been keeping a record of his communications with his master, primarily through some form of mental connection, it seems, though there are references to more direct meetings as well." "Mental connection," Watson repeated skeptically. "Surely that's merely the delusion of a disturbed mind." "Perhaps," Holmes acknowledged, "though the content of these communications is remarkably specific and consistent. Detailed instructions regarding Carfax Abbey, times and locations that align with the recent murders, and most significantly, repeated references to the detective who must be studied and tested before being worthy of the master's attention." Watson felt a chill at this confirmation of their earlier theory, that they were indeed being manipulated as part of Dracula's elaborate game. Does he mention when or where he's meeting Dracula next? Holmes turned a page in the notebook. "Tonight, it appears, there's an entry here. Midnight. The master calls me to the Abbey. The great work progresses. Soon he will reveal the secrets of immortality he has promised." Their examination of the room complete, Holmes and Watson returned to the street, where they conferred briefly on their next steps. The autumn evening had fully descended now, the darkness seeming somehow more complete in this neglected corner of London. "We have several hours until Renfield's midnight rendezvous," Holmes observed, consulting his pocket watch. "Time to return to Baker Street, arm ourselves appropriately, and prepare a strategy for intercepting him at Carfax. You intend to follow him into the Abbey?" Watson asked, unable to completely mask his apprehension at the prospect. Holmes's expression was grave but determined. "This may be our best opportunity, Watson. If Dracula truly is using Carfax as his primary sanctuary, a reconnaissance of the property could provide invaluable intelligence for our eventual confrontation. And if we encounter Dracula himself," Watson pressed, "then we withdraw immediately," Holmes stated firmly. "We are not yet prepared for a direct confrontation. Our objective tonight is intelligence gathering only, observing Renfield's interaction with his master from a safe distance, mapping the Abbey's layout, and identifying potential vulnerabilities we might exploit in the future." As they made their way back to Baker Street, Watson found himself increasingly troubled by the path their investigation was taking. Each new piece of evidence confirmed not only Dracula's supernatural nature, but also the elaborate extent of his interest in Holmes specifically. They were being drawn deeper into a game whose rules they only partially understood, facing an adversary who seemed to anticipate their every move with centuries of experience behind him. "You're very quiet," Watson Holmes observed, as their cab navigated the foggy London streets. "I'm concerned that we're playing directly into Dracula's hands," Watson admitted. "Every step we take seems to be one he's anticipated and prepared for. Even this opportunity to observe him with Renfield, it feels like another test, another scenario he's constructed specifically to gauge your responses." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Your concern is entirely valid. We are indeed moving through a landscape he has designed. Yet consider this. His need to create these tests, to engage with me intellectually rather than simply hunting anonymously, represents a vulnerability in itself. Pride is his weakness, Watson. The desire to be recognized as superior, to have his brilliance acknowledged by a worthy opponent, these are human needs that have survived his transformation into something beyond humanity." "And you intend to exploit this weakness?" Watson asked. A rare smile touched Holmes's features, his eyes bright with the intellectual challenge that always energized him. "Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall," he quoted softly. "Even immortal predators, it seems, are not immune to the wisdom of Proverbs." Baker Street welcomed them with the warm glow of gas lamps and the familiar comforts of their lodgings. Mrs. Hudson had left a cold supper for them, correctly anticipating their late return, and a small pile of correspondence awaited Holmes's attention on the side table. Most significant among these was a package bearing multiple foreign postmarks, the promised documents from Van Helsing's Amsterdam attorneys. "Excellent timing," Holmes remarked, carefully unwrapping the parcel. "This may provide valuable insights before our excursion to Carfax tonight." The package contained several items: a sealed letter addressed specifically to Holmes, a leather-bound journal filled with Van Helsing's meticulous handwriting, and a smaller wooden box secured with a simple clasp. Holmes opened the letter first, his expression growing increasingly grave as he read its contents. "It seems the real Professor Van Helsing had indeed been tracking Dracula for many years," he explained to Watson. This letter was prepared with instructions that it be forwarded to whoever investigated his disappearance. The professor apparently harboured no illusions about the dangers of his pursuit. "What does he say?" Watson inquired, pouring them each a glass of brandy as Holmes continued reading. "He provides a summary of his research and warns that Dracula possesses not only physical powers beyond normal human capacity, but also a brilliant strategic mind honed over centuries of existence." Holmes looked up from the letter. He specifically cautions against using traditional vampire hunting methods, as Dracula has encountered and overcome these countless times in his long existence. "Traditional methods," Watson repeated, "like the ones the false Van Helsing, that is Dracula himself, so helpfully recommended to us in Whitby." "Precisely," Holmes confirmed. Van Helsing writes that religious symbols, garlic stakes, and the other folkloric protections may have some limited efficacy, but have become predictable defences that Dracula has learned to anticipate and circumvent. Holmes set aside the letter and opened the journal, quickly scanning its contents. Most interesting. The professor approached vampirism as a biological condition rather than a supernatural curse, documenting observable physical characteristics, behaviours, and vulnerabilities with scientific precision. A scientific approach to vampirism? Watson's medical interest was immediately piqued. What sort of characteristics did he record? Extensive observations on cellular regeneration, photosensitivity, nutritional requirements, and physical capabilities, Holmes replied, turning pages with careful attention. He theorizes that the condition represents an extreme mutation of human physiology rather than a mystical transformation, the result perhaps of some ancient pathogen that fundamentally alters its host's biological processes. That would certainly be more consistent with a modern medical understanding than the folkloric explanation, Watson acknowledged. Did he identify any vulnerabilities that might be exploited through scientific rather than mystical means? Holmes nodded, his expression brightening with intellectual appreciation. Indeed he did. Most notably, he documents experiments suggesting that the vampire's cellular structure is highly unstable when deprived of its primary nutritional source, human blood. This instability manifests as rapid deterioration when exposed to certain chemical compounds, particularly those containing silver nitrate and specific plant alkaloids. Silver has been associated with anti-vampire properties in folklore, Watson noted. Perhaps the traditional beliefs contain more scientific validity than we'd assumed. A reasonable hypothesis, Holmes agreed. The folklore may represent pre-scientific observations of genuine biological reactions, interpreted through the cultural and religious framework of earlier eras. He turned his attention to the wooden box, opening it carefully to reveal an array of small glass vials containing various powders and liquids, each meticulously labelled in Van Helsing's precise hand. The professor's chemical arsenal, Holmes explained, examining each vial with interest. Compounds he developed specifically to exploit the vulnerabilities his research identified. Most ingenious. As the clock struck 10, they turned their attention to practical preparations for the night ahead. Holmes insisted they both dress entirely in dark clothing to better blend with the shadows of Carfax Abbey. To this practical camouflage they added certain items from Van Helsing's collection. Small vials of compounds that might prove useful if their reconnaissance mission became more confrontational than planned. "I still believe our primary objective should be observation rather than engagement," Holmes emphasised as they prepared to depart. Renfield's midnight meeting provides an ideal opportunity to gather intelligence on both Dracula's current activities and the layout of Carfax Abbey. "And if we're discovered?" Watson asked, checking that his service revolver was loaded with the special bullets Holmes had prepared, hollow point rounds filled with a silver nitrate solution from Van Helsing's collection. "Then we withdraw immediately," Holmes stated firmly. "We are not yet adequately prepared for a direct confrontation. Tonight is about gathering information, nothing more." They departed Baker Street shortly after 11, taking a cab as far as was prudent before continuing on foot through the increasingly desolate neighbourhoods that surrounded Carfax Abbey. The night had grown unseasonably cold, their breath visible in the glow of the occasional street lamp, the sky above London obscured by a combination of fog and coal smoke that gave the impression of an endless void looming over the city. Carfax Abbey itself stood in stark silhouette against this murky backdrop, a sprawling Gothic structure whose broken towers and crumbling walls spoke of centuries of neglect. The estate was surrounded by a high stone wall, interrupted by an imposing iron gate that hung partially open, its hinges thick with rust. "Recently used," Holmes observed in a whisper, indicating fresh scratches in the rust where the gate had been forced wider. "Renfield has been coming and going regularly, it seems." They slipped through the gap in the gate and made their way across the overgrown grounds toward the main structure. The Abbey had clearly once been an impressive architectural achievement, combining the original medieval religious structure with later additions that had transformed it into a nobleman's residence. Now, however, it stood in advanced disrepair. Windows broken or boarded over, sections of roof collapsed, walls stained with decades of London's polluted rainfall. "We should position ourselves with a clear view of the main entrance," Holmes suggested, leading them toward a cluster of ancient yew trees whose dense foliage provided both concealment and a direct line of sight to the Abbey's massive oak doors. "Renfield will likely arrive from the direction of his boarding house, which lies to the east." They settled into their hiding place, the minutes ticking by in tense silence as midnight approached. The grounds around them seemed unnaturally still. No birds called, no small creatures rustled in the undergrowth, as if the normal nocturnal life of the city had deliberately avoided this neglected corner of London. "There," Watson whispered suddenly, indicating movement at the eastern edge of the property. A figure was making its way toward the Abbey, a man walking with the peculiar combination of furtiveness and purpose that suggested someone engaged in activities they knew to be questionable. "Renfield," Holmes confirmed, as the figure passed close enough to their position for his features to become visible in the dim moonlight. "Precisely on schedule." They watched as Renfield approached the Abbey's main entrance, producing a large key from his pocket to unlock the heavy doors. The man's movements displayed none of the frantic energy Dr. Seward had described as characteristic of his asylum behaviour. Instead, he moved with deliberate precision, like someone performing a well-rehearsed ritual. "We should follow," Holmes murmured once Renfield had disappeared inside, "but with extreme caution. The interior will likely be in considerable disrepair, providing many places for concealment, but also creating risks of noise or structural collapse. They waited a full minute before emerging from their hiding place, approaching the Abbey doors with careful steps designed to minimize sound. The massive oak portal stood slightly ajar, just as Renfield had left it. Beyond lay darkness so complete it seemed almost solid, a void that light itself hesitated to penetrate. Holmes extracted a small dark lantern from his coat, shielding its beam so that only a narrow line of illumination extended before them. The entrance hall revealed itself gradually in this limited light, a vast space with a vaulted ceiling lost in shadows above, stone floors worn by centuries of use, walls adorned with decaying tapestries and empty picture frames whose contents had long since been removed or deteriorated beyond recognition. A faint sound reached them, voices from somewhere deeper within the Abbey. Holmes immediately extinguished the lantern, plunging them back into darkness as they listened intently. Someone was speaking in low, measured tones, the words indistinct but the cadence unmistakable in its authority. This was followed by a second voice, higher, more agitated, clearly Renfield responding to his master. Holmes gestured toward the source of the sound, and they began to move carefully through the darkness, guided more by their ears than their eyes. The voices led them down a long corridor, past what had once been the Abbey's chapel, now a hollow shell with shattered stained glass and overturned pews, and toward what appeared to be the original crypt of the medieval structure. As they drew nearer, Renfield's voice became distinguishable. "Completed as you instructed, Master. All 50 locations were prepared and secured. No one has connected them to you or to Carfax." The responding voice, deeper and accented with the same Eastern European inflections they had heard in Whitby, carried clearly to their hiding place behind a partially collapsed wall. "Excellent, my faithful friend. Your service continues to prove invaluable. And what news of our detective? Has he taken the bait I so carefully prepared?" Watson felt Holmes tense beside him at this direct reference. Renfield's response confirmed their suspicions about the deliberate nature of the pattern they had been following. "Yes, Master. Holmes visited the murder sites, exactly as you predicted. His companion, the doctor, examined the most recent location just this morning. They're following the trail precisely as you designed it." A sound that might have been satisfaction or amusement emanated from the deeper voice. "Of course they are." Holmes cannot resist a puzzle, particularly one that challenges his rational worldview so fundamentally. His intellect demands that he pursue the mystery to its conclusion, regardless of where it leads. Cautiously, Holmes shifted position to gain a better view of the speakers. The movement was nearly silent, but in the perfect stillness of the Abbey, it generated a faint scraping sound as his shoe disturbed a small piece of fallen masonry. The effect was immediate and alarming. All conversation in the crypt ceased abruptly, replaced by an unnatural silence. "We have visitors, it seems," Dracula's voice observed with chilling calm. "How discourteous of them not to announce themselves properly." Before Holmes could signal a retreat, a sudden movement in the shadows beside them materialized into Renfield, his eyes wild with fanatical devotion. "Intruders, Master! Spies!" he cried, lunging toward them with unexpected speed. Watson reacted instinctively, intercepting Renfield's attack with a well-placed blow that sent the man staggering backward. Holmes immediately produced his dark lantern, casting its beam toward the crypt entrance to illuminate their escape route. "Run, Watson!" he commanded, already moving toward the corridor. "We've been compromised!" They fled through the Abbey's labyrinthine passages, the sound of pursuit close behind them. Renfield's voice echoed through the ancient stone halls, alternately pleading with his master and shouting threats at the intruders. Of Dracula himself there was no sign or sound, a fact Watson found more unsettling than any active pursuit might have been. They had nearly reached the main entrance when disaster struck. A section of floor, weakened by centuries of neglect and water damage, gave way beneath Watson's feet. He plunged downward with a startled cry, only Holmes's quick reflexes preventing a complete fall as his friend seized his arm. For a critical moment they were immobilized, Watson half suspended over a dark void below, Holmes straining to pull him to safety. "How predictable," came a voice from the shadows behind them. The detective and his loyal companion engaged in their customary intrusion where they haven't been invited. Holmes maintained his grip on Watson's arm while turning his head toward the voice. "Good evening, Count Dracula. Or should I still address you as Professor Van Helsing? You played the role so convincingly in Whitby." A figure emerged from the darkness, tall, aristocratic, with the same striking features they had known as both shicily and the false Van Helsing. Yet now, no longer maintaining any pretense, something in his bearing and expression had changed subtly, an ageless quality that no human disguise could fully conceal, a predatory grace that marked him as something beyond ordinary mortality. "Mr. Holmes," Dracula acknowledged with a slight inclination of his head, "I wondered when you would accept my invitation to Carfax, though I expected you to wait for daylight hours. A tactical error on my part, it seems. Your boldness exceeds my expectations." With a final effort, Holmes pulled Watson to safety, both men rising to face their adversary. "Not boldness," Holmes corrected calmly, "merely a recognition that intelligence gathering must precede any effective strategy. We came to observe, not to confront, yet confrontation has found you nonetheless." Dracula observed, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "How fortunate. I've looked forward to continuing our conversation from Whitby without the tedious necessity of maintaining my disguise." As he spoke, Renfield appeared beside his master, his face flushed with excitement and exertion. "Shall I kill them for you, master?" he asked eagerly. "I could snap their necks before they draw another breath." Dracula placed a restraining hand on Renfield's shoulder. "Patience, my friend. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson are not ordinary intruders to be disposed of so unceremoniously. They are worthy adversaries, participants in a game far more significant than you yet understand." Holmes's expression remained composed, though Watson could sense the intense focus behind his friend's seemingly casual demeanour. "A game," Holmes repeated. "Yes, that's how you view this, isn't it? Not merely as predation, but as an intellectual challenge, a test of your abilities against mine." "Precisely," Dracula confirmed, his dark eyes gleaming with appreciation. "Do you have any idea how rare it is to encounter a truly interesting mind after centuries of existence? How utterly tedious immortality becomes when surrounded by intellects so inferior they present no challenge whatsoever." "So you created elaborate puzzles," Holmes observed, "engineered crimes specifically designed to test my deductive methods, studied my published cases, learning my patterns of investigation, and finally, in Whitby, arranged to observe me directly by posing as the very expert who might help capture you." Dracula's smile revealed teeth of perfect whiteness, the canines noticeably elongated. "Your detection of my disguise was impressive, Mr. Holmes. I had wagered you wouldn't penetrate it until at least the second week of our association, yet you began to suspect by the second day, confirmed your suspicions by the fourth, and masterfully exposed me on the sixth. Magnificent performance." "You speak as if my investigation were merely entertainment for your immortal boredom," Holmes noted, his tone hardening slightly. "Is that not what all meaningful human endeavour ultimately represents?" Dracula countered. "An attempt to alleviate the fundamental tedium of existence? Your detective work, Dr. Watson's chronicles of your adventures, the scientific discoveries that so excite the modern mind, all elaborate distractions from the essential meaninglessness of life. The only difference between us is that I've had centuries to recognise this truth, while you still labour under the illusion that your puzzles hold some greater significance." Throughout this exchange, Holmes had been subtly shifting his position, manoeuvring himself and Watson toward the entrance while keeping Dracula engaged in conversation. Watson, following his friend's lead, kept his hand near his coat pocket where his revolver waited. "An interesting philosophy," Holmes acknowledged, "though I question whether a being who must regularly kill to sustain his existence is in the best position to lecture on the meaning of life." For the first time, a flash of something like anger crossed Dracula's aristocratic features. "You mistake necessity for pleasure, Mr. Holmes. I do not kill from choice but from biological imperative, no different from humans slaughtering livestock to feed themselves. With one significant difference, Holmes countered. We don't play elaborate games with our food before consuming it. This observation seemed to restore Dracula's good humour. Touché, detective, though I would argue that your human sports of fox hunting and similar pursuits suggest otherwise. He took a step closer, his movements possessing that same unnatural fluidity they had observed in the Whitby churchyard. But we digress. You came to Carfax for information, did you not? Perhaps I might satisfy your curiosity directly, as a professional courtesy between worthy opponents, most generous Holmes replied cautiously. Though I confess some scepticism regarding the reliability of information provided by someone who has already deceived us so thoroughly once before, Dracula laughed, a sound both melodious and chilling. Your scepticism is both appropriate and expected. Yet consider, now that you know my true identity, what purpose would further deception serve? The game has moved to a new phase, Mr. Holmes. No more disguises between us, no more elaborate misdirections. From this point forward, we engage as honest adversaries, each acknowledging the other's capabilities, each testing the limits of the other's brilliance and the innocent people who continue to die while we play this game, Watson interjected, unable to contain his moral outrage despite the danger of their situation. Are they merely collateral damage in your pursuit of intellectual stimulation? Dracula turned his penetrating gaze to Watson. Your concern for human life is commendable, Doctor, if somewhat selectively applied. Does your conscience trouble you equally for the thousands who die daily from preventable diseases, from poverty, from the casual cruelties humans inflict upon one another? Or is it only when death comes from my hand that you find it unconscionable before Watson could gestured graciously toward the door? I would not dream of detaining you against your will. Our game has many moves yet to play, and I find myself eagerly anticipating your next strategy. This easy acquiescence was perhaps more unsettling than any attempt at violence might have been. Watson kept his revolver trained on Renfield as they backed toward the entrance, neither man willing to turn their back on the ancient predator, who watched them with such evident amusement. "One last thing before you go," Dracula called as they reached the threshold. "A small token to commemorate the beginning of our formal engagement." With elegant precision, he extracted something from his waistcoat pocket and flicked it toward them, a small flat object that spun through the air to land at Holmes's feet. Holmes glanced down briefly, recognizing a playing card, the King of Hearts, before returning his attention to Dracula. "You consider this a game," he observed, his voice taut with controlled anger. "But people are dying, Count. Real human beings with lives and futures you extinguish for your entertainment." "Not merely entertainment, Mr. Holmes," Dracula corrected. "Necessity combined with intellectual appreciation. I must feed regardless. Why not do so in a manner that provides stimulation beyond the merely physical?" He spread his hands in a gesture almost like an apology. "Consider it a form of respect. Most humans live and die without ever achieving anything of note, their existence as insignificant as mayflies. Those who die in our game at least contribute to something greater, a contest between worthy adversaries that transcends ordinary human concerns. A justification that conveniently absolves you of moral responsibility," Holmes noted coldly. "Goodbye, Count. We shall meet again under different circumstances." They backed through the entrance, maintaining their defensive posture until they had put sufficient distance between themselves and the Abbey. Only when they had passed through the rusted gate and reached the relative safety of the London streets did they finally relax their vigilance, though neither spoke until they had put several blocks between themselves and Carfax. That, Watson observed with deliberate understatement as they finally slowed their pace, did not proceed entirely according to plan. Holmes's expression was thoughtful rather than troubled. "On the contrary, Watson. While our covert observation was compromised, the encounter provided invaluable insights into our adversary's psychology and capabilities. Did you note his reaction to the silver nitrate compound?" "He recoiled as if from acid," Watson confirmed. "Van Helsing's research appears scientifically sound, despite its seemingly fantastical subject matter." "More importantly," Holmes continued, We confirm that Dracula is indeed using Carfax Abbey as his primary sanctuary, with 50 additional locations throughout London serving as secondary refuges. This information will be crucial in formulating our strategy going forward. They walked in silence for several moments, each processing the extraordinary encounter in his own way. Finally, Watson voiced the concern that weighed most heavily on his mind. He let us leave, Holmes. He could have attacked, could have prevented our escape, yet he simply stood aside and watched us go. Why? Holmes's expression grew serious. Because the game is more important to him than any immediate victory. After centuries of existence, the novelty of genuine challenge has become his primary motivation, more compelling perhaps than even his biological need to feed. You suggest he values our opposition more than our deaths. I suggest, Holmes clarified, that he values intellectual stimulation above all else. Killing us would end the game prematurely, depriving him of the mental engagement he clearly craves. They hailed a cab to return to Baker Street, both men too mentally and physically exhausted for the long walk through London's midnight streets. As they settled into the hansom's worn leather seats, Holmes extracted the playing card Dracula had tossed to them, the King of Hearts preserved in pristine condition despite its evident age. A message, Holmes mused, examining the card carefully in the intermittent glow of passing street lamps. The King of Hearts is traditionally known as the Suicide King, due to the position of the sword in the illustration, appearing to pierce his own head. A warning, perhaps, that in pursuing Dracula we risk our own destruction, or simply his way of declaring himself the king in this deadly game of his Watson suggested. Holmes turned the card over, revealing an elegant script in faded ink on the reverse side. Until our next game. I await your move. D. The handwriting appears to be centuries old, Holmes observed. Not a recent addition, but original to the card itself, which suggests that he's used this same card before Watson completed the thought. With previous adversaries. Respond to this philosophical deflection, Holmes spoke again, his tone deliberately casual despite the tension of the moment. You mentioned 50 locations prepared and secured. Would these correspond to the 50 boxes of earth brought aboard the Demeter? Your native soil, distributed throughout London to provide sanctuary during daylight hours? A flicker of surprise crossed Dracula's features, quickly masked by his customary composure. Very good, Mr. Holmes. Yes, precisely that. A necessary precaution for one of my kind when establishing presence in a new territory. The earth from my homeland provides certain essential properties that allow me to rest and regenerate. And Carfax Abbey serves as your primary sanctuary, Holmes continued, the centre of your web, with the recent murders creating a protective perimeter around it, a territory marked in blood, warning away potential intruders while simultaneously directing our attention exactly where you wished it to go. Your understanding of my strategy is impressive, Dracula acknowledged, though incomplete. The pattern of killing serves multiple purposes beyond territorial marking. Each location corresponds to specific ley lines beneath London, creating a geometric configuration with Carfax at its centre. The resulting energy matrix enhances certain capabilities I possess. Watson exchanged a glance with Holmes, recognising that they were being offered genuine information. Whether as a gesture of respect or as further manipulation remained unclear. They had nearly reached the entrance now, their careful repositioning during the conversation having gone apparently unnoticed by Dracula, though Renfield watched their movements with suspicious eyes. A fascinating explanation, Holmes commented, though I confess the concept of ley lines and energy matrices extends somewhat beyond my scientific education. As it should, Dracula replied with evident satisfaction. I have spent centuries studying aspects of natural philosophy that your modern science has yet to rediscover. The ancient knowledge of earth energies, of the connections between blood, soil, and psychic power, these were common understanding among certain cultures long before your enlightenment narrowed the definition of what constitutes rational knowledge. As Dracula elaborated on this esoteric topic, Holmes caught Watson's eye with a nearly imperceptible nod, the signal they had agreed upon for imminent action. Watson's hand moved to his pocket, fingers closing around the revolver's grip as Holmes reached into his own coat. With a movement too swift for the human eye to properly track, Holmes withdrew his hand from his coat pocket and flung its contents toward Dracula, a fine powder that hung momentarily in the air between them. Simultaneously, Watson drew his revolver, aiming not at Dracula but at Renfield, whose fanatical devotion made him the more predictable and immediate threat. "Silver nitrate compound," Holmes announced calmly as the powder drifted toward their adversary, "combined with certain plant alkaloids identified in Van Helsing's research as particularly disruptive to vampiric cellular structure." Dracula's reaction was immediate and revealing. He recoiled with inhuman speed, putting distance between himself and the settling powder, with a movement that seemed to blur the boundaries of his physical form. For an instant, his aristocratic composure cracked, revealing something ancient and feral beneath the civilized veneer. "Most interesting," Dracula remarked once he had regained his position several yards away, his voice betraying only the slightest edge of tension beneath its cultured tones. "You've been studying the genuine professor's research. How inconvenient!" Renfield lunged forward with a howl of rage, only to freeze as Watson's revolver trained steadily on his chest. "The bullet's a hollow point, filled with the same compound," Watson informed him steadily. "I strongly advise against any sudden movements." A silent moment of assessment hung between the four figures. Holmes and Watson poised near the entrance, Dracula maintaining his careful distance, Renfield trembling with barely contained violence. Then, remarkably, Dracula laughed, a rich, genuine sound that echoed through the Abbey's cavernous hall. "Magnificent," he declared, his eyes bright with what appeared to be genuine appreciation. "I expected you to rely on the traditional methods I suggested in my Van Helsing disguise, religious symbols, garlic, wooden stakes. Instead, you've abandoned the script entirely, approaching vampirism as a biological condition rather than a supernatural curse. Most refreshing, Mr. Holmes. You continue to exceed my expectations." Holmes maintained his vigilant posture despite this apparent praise. "We should be leaving now, Count. Our reconnaissance has yielded more information than we anticipated thanks to your surprising candour. By all means, Dracula." "Precisely." Holmes returned the card to his pocket as their cab approached Baker Street. "We are not the first to be drawn into his game, but I intend that we shall be the last." Dawn was breaking over London by the time they returned to their lodgings, exhausted but too mentally stimulated for immediate rest. Holmes immediately set to work organising the information they had gathered, creating a map of London on which he marked Carfax Abbey, and began plotting potential locations for Dracula's distributed sanctuaries. The 50 boxes would be positioned strategically throughout the city, he theorised, providing maximum coverage while maintaining some geographic logic. Each would need to be concealed yet accessible, protected from casual discovery, while allowing Dracula to reach them before sunrise if necessary. "Properties he owns under various names," Watson suggested, pouring them each a restorative brandy. "Possibly some," Holmes agreed, "but not all. Such an arrangement would create a paper trail too easily followed. More likely a combination of owned properties, rented spaces, and completely concealed locations. Abandoned buildings, crypts in neglected cemeteries, sealed chambers in older structures." As Holmes worked, Watson found himself drawn to Van Helsing's journal, paging through the professor's meticulous documentation of his years tracking Dracula across Europe. One passage in particular caught his attention. The Count's existence represents a profound existential paradox. Immortality, the dream of countless generations, has granted him phenomenal knowledge and power, yet simultaneously trapped him in a pattern of predation that grows increasingly burdensome with each passing century. His intellectual capacity expands while his emotional range narrows, creating a being of immense knowledge but diminishing humanity, a condition he seems increasingly aware of, driving him to seek engagement with mortal minds of exceptional quality, as if hoping to recapture through them some echo of the human connection he has lost. "Holmes," Watson called, reading the passage aloud. "Van Helsing's psychological assessment seems remarkably consistent with our observations tonight." Holmes looked up from his mapping project, his expression thoughtful. The professor understood our adversary better than most, it seems. This insight into Dracula's psychological state may prove as valuable as any physical vulnerability we might exploit. Their discussion was interrupted by a knock at the door, Mrs. Hudson bearing a silver tray with a telegram that had just arrived. Holmes opened it with evident anticipation, having sent several additional inquiries the previous day. "From Oxford," he announced after reading its contents. "Professor Thornley has uncovered something he believes may be significant. Historical documents referencing a confrontation between Dracula and a Turkish scholar in Constantinople around 1650. The scholar apparently developed some form of weapon or methodology that wounded Dracula seriously enough to force his retreat from the region." "Does Thornley provide details of this weapon?" Watson asked. Holmes shook his head. "Only that the relevant manuscripts are in Ottoman Turkish and require specialist translation. He's arranged for a colleague from the Oriental Institute to examine them and will wire us with the results." The telegram provided a welcome reminder that their investigation extended beyond the immediate confrontation at Carfax, that across various academic and professional channels, information was being gathered that might ultimately provide the key to defeating their immortal adversary. This network of research, operating independently of Dracula's direct observation, represented perhaps their greatest advantage in the asymmetrical contest. "We should rest," Watson suggested, noting the exhaustion evident in his friend's posture, despite Holmes's customary resistance to bodily needs. "A few hours' sleep will sharpen our minds for the challenges ahead." Holmes nodded reluctantly, setting aside his mapping project. A reasonable suggestion. "Though I would ask you to wake me if any further telegrams arrive, regardless of the hour they retired to their respective rooms," though Watson suspected Holmes would continue working mentally on the problem even as his body rested. For his own part, Watson found sleep elusive despite his physical fatigue, his mind replaying the extraordinary encounter at Carfax Abbey, particularly Dracula's unsettling philosophical justifications for his predatory existence. When Watson finally did sleep, his dreams were a chaotic blend of images from their investigation. The fog-shrouded harbour at Whitby, the false Van Helsing's transforming features as his disguise fell away, Renfield's fanatical devotion, and most persistently the playing card, the King of Hearts, spinning endlessly through darkness towards some unseen destination. He awoke mid-afternoon, find Holmes already up and engaged in what appeared to be a comprehensive review of his own case files. Papers and folders covered every available surface, organised in a system comprehensible only to Holmes himself. "You've been busy," Watson observed, accepting the cup of tea Holmes had thoughtfully prepared. "Examining our previous cases for any further evidence of Dracula's influence," Holmes explained, his energy seemingly renewed despite their minimal rest. "I'm increasingly convinced that he has been manipulating events around us for years, creating elaborate tests disguised as ordinary crimes." "With what purpose?" Watson asked, beyond his stated desire for intellectual stimulation. Holmes's expression grew contemplative. "I believe he's been evaluating me, Watson, assessing my capabilities, my methods, my limitations. The question is whether this evaluation was merely for his entertainment or in preparation for some larger scheme we have yet to discern." This troubling possibility hung between them as they continued their preparations throughout the afternoon. Holmes dispatched several of his irregulars to conduct discreet surveillance of Carfax Abbey, with strict instructions to observe only from a safe distance and report on any comings or goings. Meanwhile, Watson compiled a comprehensive inventory of Van Helsing's chemical compounds, cross-referencing them with the professor's notes to understand their specific applications. As evening approached, Holmes made a surprising announcement. "I intend to place an advertisement in tomorrow's newspapers," he declared. "A personal message addressed to Dracula." Watson looked up from his work with evident concern. "Is that wise? Publicly acknowledging our pursuit might endanger others or compromise our investigation." "The message will be coded," Holmes assured him, "comprehensible only to someone familiar with our previous interactions. But Dracula will certainly recognize it. He studies the personal advertisements religiously, as evidenced by several references in Renfield's notebook." "What do you hope to achieve with such a message?" Holmes's expression held the focused intensity Watson had come to associate with his friend's most brilliant strategic manoeuvres. 2 objectives. First, to demonstrate that we refuse to play the game according to his rules, that we will not simply react to his manipulations but will seize the initiative ourselves. Second, to present him with a puzzle that will occupy his attention while we pursue certain investigations without his immediate awareness. The advertisement, when Holmes had completed drafting it, seemed innocuous enough to casual readers, a cryptic reference to a previous case they had solved, followed by a chess notation and a seemingly random literary quotation. Yet Watson recognised that each element contained layered meanings that would be transparent to Dracula while meaningless to anyone else. The Worthington case he mentioned at Carfax, Watson noted, recognising the reference. You're claiming to have solved it differently than he anticipated. Precisely, Holmes confirmed. I'm challenging his assumption of intellectual superiority by demonstrating that I recognised aspects of that case he believed were beyond my perception. The chess notation indicates an unexpected countermove, while the literary quotation suggests I've identified a weakness in his overall strategy. Will he believe it? Watson asked. Or recognise it as misdirection? Holmes smiled thinly. That's the beauty of it, Watson. The response serves our purpose. If he believes it, he must reassess his understanding of my capabilities. If he recognises it as misdirection, he must still devote mental energy to determining what our actual strategy might be. In either case, his attention is divided while we proceed with our real preparations. The real preparations Holmes referred to centred on their growing understanding of Dracula's vulnerabilities, not the traditional weaknesses of folklore, but the scientifically documented biological limitations Van Helsing had identified through years of research. Most significant among these was the vampire's dependence on his native soil, distributed throughout London in 50 hidden locations. If we could identify and neutralise these sanctuaries, Holmes theorised, we would dramatically restrict Dracula's mobility and resilience. Without access to his native earth, his regenerative capabilities would be compromised, making him significantly more vulnerable to other countermeasures. But how do we locate 50 concealed boxes spread throughout London? Watson asked practically. The city is vast, with countless potential hiding places. Holmes spread a large map of London across his desk, studying the pattern of pins marking the known murder locations. I believe the geographical distribution of the killings may provide the key. Dracula mentioned that each corresponds to ley lines beneath the city, a concept I initially dismissed as mystical nonsense, but which may have a practical application in his strategy. For the next several hours they worked on identifying potential patterns in the murder locations, supplementing Holmes's map with additional information from city planning offices regarding London's underground infrastructure, sewers, abandoned subway tunnels, forgotten crypts and cellars from earlier centuries of development. Gradually, a geometric pattern began to emerge, a complex network of intersecting lines with Carfax Abbey at its centre, each murder site positioned at a specific node within this web. Extraordinary, Watson breathed as the pattern became increasingly clear. It's almost architectural in its precision. Dracula thinks in centuries, not years, Holmes observed. This pattern wasn't created hastily for our current encounter. It represents the culmination of careful planning over decades, perhaps longer. He selected Carfax specifically for its position relative to these geometric alignments. Their work was interrupted by the arrival of a message from one of Holmes's irregulars. A street urchin, who had been watching Carfax, reported unusual activity at the Abbey. Several large crates had been delivered shortly after sundown, brought by men who appeared to be under some form of mental compulsion, moving with mechanical precision and vacant expressions. He's consolidating his position, Holmes concluded after reading the report, perhaps in response to our intrusion last night. The crates likely contain additional quantities of his native soil, reinforcing his primary sanctuary. Or weapons, Watson suggested grimly. We shouldn't assume his preparations are merely defensive. Holmes nodded in acknowledgement of this possibility. Either way, it confirms that our encounter has accelerated his timeline. He's responding to our challenge, Watson, making his own preparations for the contest to come. As midnight approached, Holmes completed his advertisement and arranged for its placement in the morning papers. The message, once decoded, effectively announced that Holmes had identified the pattern of Dracula's London sanctuaries and had already begun neutralising them. A strategic deception designed to force their adversary to verify his hidden caches, potentially revealing their locations through his own movements. A dangerous gambit, Watson observed as Holmes returned from dispatching the advertisement. If he believes we've compromised his sanctuaries, he may abandon subtlety entirely, become more aggressive, more deadly in his actions. A calculated risk, Holmes acknowledged, but we cannot afford to remain purely reactive. Dracula has centuries of experience manipulating opponents. Our only advantage lies in forcing him to respond to our initiatives rather than merely implementing his predetermined strategy. As they prepared for another night of vigilance, Watson found himself contemplating the extraordinary nature of their situation. They were engaged in a contest against an adversary whose existence defied conventional understanding, whose capabilities far exceeded human limitations, and whose experience spanned centuries of similar confrontations. By any rational assessment, their chances seemed impossibly remote. Yet something in Holmes's determined expression gave Watson hope. His friend had always possessed the ability to see beyond conventional wisdom, to identify patterns invisible to others, to construct solutions from seemingly disparate elements. If any human mind could match Dracula's immortal intellect, it was the remarkable consciousness that resided behind Sherlock Holmes's penetrating grey eyes. "You know," Watson said quietly as they made their final preparations, "he mentioned that he's encountered many adversaries over the centuries, yet he seems particularly fixated on you, Holmes. One wonders what quality he recognises in you that makes this confrontation so compelling for him." Holmes paused in his work, his expression momentarily vulnerable in a way Watson rarely witnessed. Perhaps the same quality he possessed in his own humanity, before centuries of predatory existence corrupted it, the desire to understand the world through reason rather than superstition or fear. In challenging me, he may be seeking some echo of what he once was before immortality transformed him into something beyond human comprehension. This insight, so atypically philosophical for Holmes, hung between them as they continued their work into the night, mapping patterns, analysing data, constructing theories to explain the inexplicable. Outside their windows, London continued its nocturnal existence, its citizens largely unaware of the ancient predator who moved among them, or of the two men who had taken upon themselves the burden of confronting him. The game, as Dracula had called it, was fully engaged. The invitation had been issued and accepted. All that remained was to determine whether human ingenuity, armed with scientific understanding and moral purpose, could prevail against the accumulated power and knowledge of immortal darkness. The following morning brought Dracula's response to Holmes's strategic advertisement, far more quickly than either man had anticipated. They were still at breakfast when Mrs. Hudson arrived with the morning papers and an unexpected delivery. A small, elegant box addressed to Sherlock Holmes in a flowing, antiquated hand. "Most curious," Holmes observed, examining the package carefully before opening it. The handwriting suggests considerable age, a style common to European aristocracy of the 17th century but rarely encountered today. The box itself was crafted of polished mahogany, its corners reinforced with tarnished silver that had darkened with the patina of centuries. When Holmes finally opened it, they found a single item inside, a playing card, the Queen of Hearts, with a message inscribed on the reverse in the same elegant script. "Your solution to the Worthington affair surpassed my own. I withdraw my criticism. Saturday midnight. Come alone if you dare." "He's accepted your challenge," Watson remarked, examining the card with a mixture of fascination and apprehension. "And rather enthusiastically, it seems." Holmes nodded, his expression revealing the intense concentration that always accompanied significant developments in a case. "More than accepted, he's accelerated it. Today is Thursday. He's proposing a direct confrontation less than 48 hours from now." "Surely you don't intend to meet him alone?" Watson asked. though he already knew the answer from his friend's determined expression. "Of course not," Holmes replied, "though I will certainly allow him to believe that I might." The suggestion to come alone is both a challenge to my courage and a tactical manoeuvre on his part, an attempt to separate us and thereby reduce our combined effectiveness. Watson released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Thank heaven for that. I've followed you into many dangerous situations, Holmes, but the prospect of you facing Dracula unaccompanied is beyond contemplation." Holmes's lips quivered in a rare smile. "Your concern is appreciated, Watson, though perhaps unnecessary. Our adversary's fascination with me suggests he's unlikely to kill me outright, at least not before exhausting the intellectual stimulation our contest provides him." "Small comfort," Watson muttered, pouring himself another cup of tea. The remainder of the morning was devoted to intensive preparation. Holmes sent telegrams to his various contacts, gathering additional information about Carfax Abbey's architectural history and the surrounding terrain. Meanwhile, Watson inventoried their arsenal of weapons and compounds derived from Van Helsing's research, carefully preparing portable versions that could be concealed about their persons. By early afternoon, a more complete picture of their battlefield had emerged. Carfax Abbey, originally constructed in the 13th century as a religious institution, had been converted to a private residence during the Reformation. Its subsequent history included periods as a school, a temporary military hospital during the Napoleonic Wars, and finally an abandoned property gradually falling into disrepair. Its location, isolated yet accessible, historically significant yet largely forgotten, made it an ideal sanctuary for a being like Dracula. The Abbey's architecture provides both challenges and opportunities, Holmes observed, studying the historical plans they had obtained. The original structure incorporates numerous hidden passages and priest holes, designed to conceal clergy during periods of religious persecution. These same features would allow Dracula to move throughout the building unseen, potentially appearing anywhere with little warning. Yet those same passages might provide us with unexpected routes of approach or retreat, Watson noted, his military training evident in his strategic thinking. Precisely, Holmes agreed. The plans also indicate extensive crypts beneath the main structure, originally burial places for monks and benefactors, later expanded during the property's residential phase. I suspect these underground chambers may house Dracula's primary supply of native soil, the foundation of his power in London. Their strategic discussions were interrupted by the arrival of another telegram, this one from Professor Thornley at Oxford. Holmes read it aloud, his expression brightening with each word. "Translation completed. Stop Ottoman manuscript describes compound derived from hawthorn, silver and certain. Fungstop temporarily disrupts vampiric regeneration when introduced to bloodstream. Stop formula follows, separately stop Thornley." This could be significant, Holmes declared, immediately setting the telegram aside as if to free his mind for new possibilities. If the compound described can indeed interrupt Dracula's regenerative capabilities, even temporarily, it provides a critical vulnerability we can exploit. "Assuming we can prepare it in time," Watson cautioned. "Saturday midnight gives us less than 2 days, and we don't yet have the complete formula." "I've anticipated this," Holmes replied. "I took the liberty of contacting an old acquaintance at St. Bartholomew's Chemical Laboratory yesterday. He's prepared to assist us with any urgent formulations, no questions asked." As evening approached, Holmes outlined his developing strategy, a multifaceted approach that combined traditional vampire hunting methods, which Dracula would expect and have prepared for, with scientific countermeasures derived from Van Helsing's research and the Ottoman manuscript, which might catch him by surprise. "We must assume Dracula will anticipate our most obvious moves," Holmes emphasized. "He studied my methods extensively and will have prepared accordingly. Our advantage lies in approaching this confrontation not as a supernatural hunt, but as a scientific problem, attacking the biological vulnerabilities of a unique organism rather than the mystical weaknesses of a folkloric monster." "And the location?" Watson inquired. He specified midnight Saturday, but not where. Holmes's expression suggested the answer should be obvious. Carfax Abbey, of course, the centre of his power in London, the focal point of his carefully constructed geometric pattern. He's inviting us into his stronghold, Watson, the ultimate expression of his confidence in his superiority. As darkness fell, they continued their preparations, working well into the night. Holmes focused on developing strategies based on Carfax's architectural peculiarities, while Watson prepared specialised ammunition for his service revolver, hollow-point rounds filled with a silver nitrate solution derived from Van Helsing's formula. The key, Holmes remarked as they finally prepared for a few hours' rest, will be refusing to play by the expected rules. Dracula anticipates that we'll approach this confrontation like traditional vampire hunters, armed with crucifixes, wooden stakes, and garlic. When we instead employ methods based on scientific understanding of his biological vulnerabilities, we create an element of surprise that may temporarily offset his considerable advantages. Friday dawned grey and cold, a typical London autumn morning that gave no indication of the extraordinary confrontation looming less than 36 hours away. Holmes was already gone when Watson descended for breakfast, leaving a note explaining that he had gone to St. Bartholomew's to work on the Ottoman compound. Watson took advantage of his friend's absence to visit his old medical colleague, Dr. Anstruther, ostensibly to consult about a patient, but actually to arrange for Anstruther to cover his practice should their confrontation with Dracula extend beyond the weekend. They reconvened at Baker Street in the early afternoon, Holmes carrying a small case containing several vials of amber liquid, the result of his morning's work at the laboratory. The Ottoman formula proved more complex than anticipated, he explained, carefully storing the vials in a cooled cabinet, but the principles align remarkably well with Van Helsing's research. Both approached vampirism as a biological condition rather than a supernatural curse, focusing on cellular vulnerabilities rather than mystical weaknesses. And this compound will disrupt his regenerative capabilities? Watson asked, examining one of the vials with professional interest. Temporarily, yes, according to both sources, Holmes confirmed. The effect appears to be localized rather than systemic, impacting tissues directly exposed to the compound rather than the organism as a whole. Hence the importance of introducing it directly into the bloodstream via your modified ammunition, or, ideally, a more substantial wound. The remainder of Friday passed in intensive preparation. Holmes's network of informants provided regular updates on activity at Carfax Abbey, reports of additional deliveries after sundown, unusual movements in the surrounding neighbourhood, and the apparent disappearance of Renfield, who had not been seen at his boarding house since their encounter Wednesday night. Saturday morning brought an unexpected development, a visit from Inspector Lestrade, who arrived at Baker Street with news of 3 more deaths in the East End, each following the now familiar pattern. Victims drained of blood through precise puncture wounds to the neck, bodies discovered at dawn with no signs of struggle. "I've come to acknowledge, Mr. Holmes," Lestrade admitted with evident reluctance, "that these killings may indeed be connected to the Whitby murders as you suggested. The similarity is too precise to be coincidence." Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson before responding. "I appreciate your candour, Inspector. What resources has Scotland Yard assigned to the investigation?" Lestrade shifted uncomfortably. "That's partly why I'm here, sir." The Commissioner is reluctant to allocate significant manpower to what he considers a fantastical theory. The official position remains that we're dealing with a human killer employing unusual methods. "Not entirely incorrect," Holmes observed dryly, though significantly incomplete. "However, this actually works to our advantage, Lestrade. A large police presence would likely drive our quarry underground, making him more difficult to locate and confront." "Then you have a plan?" Lestrade asked, hope evident in his voice. "You know who's responsible for these deaths?" Again, Holmes and Watson exchanged meaningful looks. "We have identified the responsible party," Holmes confirmed carefully, "and we intend to confront him tonight. I would ask that you keep all police personnel away from Carfax Abbey and its immediate surroundings between sunset and sunrise. The situation requires specialised handling." Lestrade's expression suggested he wanted to ask further questions but had decided against it. "Very well, Mr. Holmes. I'll ensure the area remains clear, but I must insist on a full explanation when this is concluded." "You shall have it," Holmes promised. though I suspect you may find it challenges certain aspects of your worldview rather dramatically. After Lestrade's departure, final preparations accelerated. Holmes had arranged for a closed carriage to transport them to Carfax shortly before midnight, allowing them to approach without attracting undue attention. Their equipment was carefully packed in innocuous-looking bags that would not draw suspicion if observed, the specialized weapons and compounds concealed among more ordinary items. Remember, Holmes emphasized as evening approached, our primary objective is not necessarily to destroy Dracula tonight. That may prove beyond our current capabilities, given his power within his primary sanctuary. Rather, we aim to demonstrate that we understand his vulnerabilities and possess the means to exploit them, to establish ourselves as genuinely dangerous adversaries, rather than merely interesting distractions. Watson nodded, checking his revolver one final time before securing it in its holster. You believe he might retreat if sufficiently threatened? Abandon London, as he apparently abandoned Constantinople after the Ottoman scholars' attack. It's one possibility, Holmes acknowledged, though I suspect his fascination with our contest may override his instinct for self-preservation. After centuries of existence, the novelty of genuine challenge may prove more compelling than the biological imperative to avoid danger. As the appointed hour drew near, a strange calm descended over both men. The focused readiness that comes from thorough preparation combined with the acceptance of significant risk. They dressed carefully in dark, functional clothing that would allow freedom of movement while minimizing visibility in the shadowed corridors of Carfax. Beneath these conventional garments, they wore specially designed vests incorporating thin layers of silver mesh, not the impenetrable armor of legend, but a practical compromise that might offer some protection against Dracula's supernatural strength. Their carriage arrived precisely at 11, allowing ample time to reach Carfax before the midnight rendezvous. The driver, one of Holmes's trusted associates, had been instructed to wait at a safe distance ready to approach for their extraction upon a specific signal. The night was unusually clear for London in autumn, the waning moon providing just enough illumination to navigate without artificial light. Once their eyes adjusted, Carfax Abbey loomed against the starry sky like a jagged wound in the fabric of the night, its broken towers and crumbling walls creating a silhouette that seemed deliberately designed to evoke primal fear. Unlike their previous visit, the iron gate stood fully open, an unsubtle invitation that only emphasized the confidence of their host. He expects us to approach through the main entrance, Holmes observed quietly as their carriage stopped at a discreet distance from the property, which means we shall do nothing of the sort. Instead, they circled the perimeter of the estate, using the detailed plans Holmes had obtained to identify a less obvious point of entry. A partially collapsed section of the outer wall, near what had once been the Abbey's kitchen gardens. The breach allowed them to slip onto the grounds unobserved, approaching the main structure from the rear rather than the front. The original plans indicated a service entrance here, Holmes whispered, leading them toward a weathered door partially concealed by overgrown vegetation. Used by lay servants who maintained the Abbey's daily operations, the door's ancient lock yielded to Holmes's skilled manipulation, allowing them silent entry into what appeared to be long-abandoned storage rooms. The air inside was heavy with the accumulated dust of decades, disturbed now by their cautious footsteps as they made their way deeper into the structure. Holmes consulted a small pocket compass, orienting himself within the Abbey's labyrinthine layout. "The main hall lies in this direction," he indicated softly, "but I suggest we approach via the old chapel gallery. It should provide an elevated vantage point while remaining relatively concealed." They moved through the darkness with practiced stealth, Holmes leading with the confidence of one who had memorized the building's layout in meticulous detail. The chapel gallery proved to be exactly as he had anticipated, a narrow balcony overlooking what had once been the Abbey's place of worship, now transformed into an unsettling hybrid of religious architecture and aristocratic opulence. Below them, the chapel's original stone floor had been partially covered with rich oriental carpets. Elaborate candelabras provided illumination, their flames casting dancing shadows across walls still adorned with faded religious frescoes. At the far end, where the altar had once stood, now rested an enormous wooden chest, its design unmistakably Eastern European, its surface carved with symbols neither man recognized. One of the original 50 boxes, Holmes breathed, indicating the chest, containing his native soil, the source of his regenerative power within London. Before Watson could respond, movement below caught their attention. A figure had entered the chapel, tall, aristocratic, unmistakable even at this distance. Count Dracula moved with that same fluid grace they had observed before, his evening attire impeccable, his bearing regal despite the decrepit surroundings. He paused in the centre of the space, glancing at an ornate pocket watch before speaking aloud to the apparently empty chapel. "Punctuality has always been a virtue I admire, Mr. Holmes," his accented voice carried easily in the vaulted space, "though I confess some disappointment that you've chosen to observe from concealment rather than greet me directly. The gallery provides an excellent vantage point, does it not?" Watson tensed, his hand moving instinctively toward his concealed revolver. Holmes, however, remained perfectly still, a faint smile playing at his lips despite the revelation that their supposedly covert approach had been detected. "We might as well join him properly," Holmes murmured, straightening from their crouched position, the element of surprise being apparently lost. They descended via a narrow spiral staircase, emerging into the chapel proper as Dracula watched with evident amusement. Despite the revelation of their presence, Watson noticed that Holmes had directed their descent to position them near one of the chamber's 2 exits, maintaining at least the option of strategic withdrawal. "Good evening," Count Holmes greeted their adversary with remarkable composure. "I see our attempt at an unobtrusive arrival was less successful than hoped." Dracula smiled, revealing teeth of perfect whiteness, the canines noticeably elongated. "My senses are somewhat more acute than those of ordinary men, Mr. Holmes. I heard your carriage arrive, tracked your movement around the perimeter, and detected your heartbeats the moment you entered the Abbey." He gestured graciously around the transformed chapel. "Nevertheless, welcome to my humble sanctuary. I've prepared it specially for tonight's occasion." Most hospitable Holmes replied, his tone conversational, despite the surreal danger of their situation. "Though I observe you've taken certain precautions as well." Dracula's smile widened slightly. "As have you." Evidently, he responded, gesturing toward the barely visible silver mesh beneath their clothing. "We each prepare according to our understanding of the other's capabilities." The essence of strategic engagement, is it not? Watson remained silent, allowing Holmes to manage the verbal exchange while he assessed their tactical position. The chapel offered limited cover, its open design presumably deliberate on Dracula's part. The candelabras, while providing necessary illumination, also eliminated many potential shadows where they might conceal themselves if needed. The exits were unobstructed, however, suggesting Dracula wanted this encounter to proceed without immediately forcing a physical confrontation. "I was intrigued by your message," Dracula continued, beginning to circle the perimeter of the chapel with measured steps. "Your solution to the Worthington case was indeed more elegant than I had anticipated. You identified the connection between the missing jewellery and the beekeeper's assistant, a link I believe too obscure for detection. The pollen residue was distinctive," Holmes replied, maintaining his position while tracking Dracula's movement. "Once identified as coming specifically from lavender cultivated in Sussex, the connection became inevitable." Dracula nodded appreciatively. "Most observant. It's precisely that quality, a perception that makes you such a fascinating adversary, Mr. Holmes. You see beyond the obvious, detecting patterns invisible to ordinary minds, while you," Holmes countered, "create patterns specifically designed to test the limits of perception. Our previous cases, the ones you influenced or engineered, each contained elements deliberately calibrated to challenge particular aspects of my methodology. You recognized that as well." Dracula seemed genuinely pleased. "Excellent. Yes, each scenario was constructed to evaluate specific deductive approaches. The Brighton locked room tested your analysis of physical evidence under seemingly impossible conditions. The Oxford theft examined your ability to identify psychological motivations beneath layers of misdirection. Each providing data points in my study of your remarkable mind." As Dracula continued his measured circuit of the chapel, Holmes maintained his position, subtly adjusting his stance to keep both their adversary and the exits within his field of vision. Watson recognised the careful choreography of two master strategists, each assessing the other's capabilities while revealing as little as possible of their own intentions. "I'm curious," Count Holmes remarked, his tone deceptively casual, "about your ultimate objective in this elaborate game you've constructed. You've devoted considerable time and resources to studying my methods, testing my abilities, even assuming the identity of Professor Van Helsing to observe me directly. To what end precisely?" Dracula paused in his circumnavigation, his ancient eyes studying Holmes with an intensity that seemed almost physical in its force. "You assume there must be an end, a culmination toward which all these manoeuvres progress. How very human, Mr. Holmes, always seeking purpose, meaning resolution. Whereas you, having transcended human limitations, no longer require such petty motivations." Holmes suggested a subtle challenge evident in his voice. On the contrary, Dracula replied a fleeting expression of something like melancholy, crossing his aristocratic features. "I seek something far more essential than mere purpose. I seek respite from the most insidious curse of immortality, which is Holmes," prompted when Dracula paused. "Boredom, Mr. Holmes." The vampire's voice carried centuries of weariness beneath its cultured tones, the crushing tedium of existence without challenge, without risk, without the possibility of surprise or discovery. Can you imagine what it means to live for centuries to acquire knowledge and skills beyond human reckoning, only to find that nothing, absolutely nothing, retains the capacity to stimulate your intellect or engage your attention? Holmes nodded slowly, his expression suggesting genuine understanding rather than mere tactical agreement. Hence your need to create increasingly complex puzzles, to engineer scenarios that challenge even your own formidable abilities. You're not merely testing me, you're creating a diversion for yourself. "Precisely," Dracula acknowledged, resuming his circling movement. "I chose you because immortality without challenge is torture. Your unique mind offers something I've not encountered in decades, perhaps centuries. A genuine equal in the realm of intellect if not in physical capability." Watson, listening to this exchange with growing apprehension, noted the subtle shift in atmosphere. What had begun as a tense confrontation between adversaries was transforming into something more complex, a recognition of mutual fascination, almost a perverse form of respect. This, he realized, might be even more dangerous than outright hostility. "I understand you've been examining my distributed sanctuaries throughout London," Dracula continued, changing the subject with deliberate abruptness. 50 locations strategically positioned to create a geometric pattern, with Carfax at its centre. "Most impressive that you discern the pattern so quickly. The positioning of your victims created a discernible outline," Holmes replied. "Once I recognised the relationship between the murder sites and the underlying ley lines you mentioned, the rest was simply mathematical projection." Dracula's smile revealed satisfaction rather than concern at this revelation. "You see, this is precisely what makes our engagement so stimulating. Few beings in history could have made that connection, fewer, still, would have understood its significance. You truly are a worthy opponent, Mr. Holmes." As this verbal exchange continued, Watson noticed a subtle change in Holmes's positioning, a gradual, almost imperceptible movement toward one particular section of the chapel wall. Following his friend's gaze, Watson detected what had caught Holmes's attention, a faint discoloration in the ancient stonework, suggesting a sealed opening that might once have connected to adjacent chambers or passages, validation Holmes inquired, deliberately drawing Dracula's attention back to their conversation. "Is that what you seek from me, Count?" The acknowledgement that your intellect remains undiminished after centuries of existence, the question struck a nerve. Momentary but unmistakable, Dracula's expression hardened briefly before resuming its aristocratic composure. "Validation? I am beyond such human weakness. Detective, are you Holmes pressed? Taking a calculated risk. You've spent years creating scenarios to prove your superiority. You dispatched the real Van Helsing not merely because he threatened you, but because he failed to appreciate the sophistication of your methods. You need witnesses to your genius count. You need acknowledgement. Dracula's movement stilled, his dark eyes fixing on Holmes with dangerous intensity. You are perceptive, detective. Yes, I want you to appreciate what I am. I want the finest mind of this age to understand that it faces a superior intellect born of centuries of experience. Then you've already lost, Holmes stated flatly, because your need for recognition kept you engaged past the safe margin. Confusion flickered across Dracula's features, the first genuine surprise they had witnessed in their immortal adversary. Explain yourself, Mr. Holmes. Holmes gestured toward the high windows of the chapel, where the faintest lightening of the sky had begun to appear. You've been timing this entire confrontation. The game was running on your clock. Dawn remains nearly an hour away. Dracula dismissed the observation with casual confidence. Ample time to conclude our business and retire to more secure quarters. Under ordinary circumstances, perhaps, Holmes agreed, but tonight is hardly ordinary. He withdrew a small device from his pocket, a simple mechanical timer connected to what appeared to be an electrical switch. While Watson and I provided suitable distraction with our arrival through the servants' entrance, associates of mine were positioning certain devices around the exterior of Carfax Abbey. Watson watched understanding dawn in Dracula's expression, rapidly followed by something approaching genuine alarm as Holmes continued his explanation. The Abbey's architecture has been extensively modified over the centuries Holmes elaborated, including the addition of mechanical shutters over the upper windows during its brief period as a military hospital, designed to regulate light for patients with photosensitive conditions. These shutters, long forgotten and overgrown with vegetation, have been carefully restored to functionality. Over the past 24 hours, Dracula's gaze darted to the windows high above, then back to Holmes, calculation evident in his ancient eyes. Impressive preparation, Mr. Holmes. But the angle of the rising sun won't reach those windows for nearly 2 hours after dawn. Under normal circumstances, correct, Holmes acknowledged. However, my associates have also positioned a series of mirrors and reflective surfaces on the surrounding structures, designed to capture and redirect the first rays of sunrise directly into this chapel. When this timer reaches 0, approximately 3 minutes from now, the shutters will retract simultaneously. The vampire's composure faltered visibly as he grasped the full implication of Holmes's strategy. You've been timing this entire confrontation. Every moment you spent demonstrating your superiority brought you closer to sunrise. And every moment you spent appreciating my intellectual engagement with your puzzles prevented you from recognizing the much simpler trap being constructed around you, Holmes confirmed. The most effective strategies often involve misdirection, engaging the opponent's attention with complexity, while the actual decisive action proceeds elsewhere. For perhaps the first time in centuries, Count Dracula faced genuine mortality risk, a scenario his vast experience and careful planning had failed to anticipate. Watson observed the internal calculation playing out behind those ancient eyes. Continue the confrontation to satisfy pride, or retreat to ensure survival. You've actually surprised me, Dracula acknowledged, something like genuine admiration in his voice. I did not anticipate this psychological dimension. You used my own need to display mastery against me. Elegant. The mechanical timer in Holmes's hand continued its inexorable countdown, the soft ticking now, the most prominent sound in the chapel's vaulted space. Dracula's gaze shifted between the timer, the windows above, and the exits, weighing options with the rapid assessment of a predator accustomed to split-second decisions. A critical choice confronts you, Count Holmes observed quietly. Continue our intellectual engagement at the risk of physical destruction, or withdraw and preserve yourself for future contests. Your decision will reveal much about your true priorities. A tense silence hung between them as Dracula considered his options. Then, with a fluid grace that still managed to startle, despite their preparation, he moved toward one of the chapel exits, not fleeing outright, but repositioning with deliberate control. "You've won this engagement, detective," he acknowledged, pausing at the threshold. But only... Before departing, he turned back, fixing Holmes with a penetrating gaze. "The game isn't over. You've made it interesting again. Give me uncertainty. I've not felt this alive in decades." "It was never a game." Holmes responded with quiet intensity. "Real lives have been lost. Innocent people sacrificed for your entertainment. Remember that before you consider our contest a mere intellectual diversion." Something like genuine regret flickered across Dracula's features, so briefly Watson might have imagined it. "We all sustain ourselves at the expense of others, Mr. Holmes. Your moral certainty is a luxury afforded by your position in the natural order, nothing more." With those parting words, Dracula was gone, his departure marked by a displacement of air rather than footsteps, leaving Watson and Holmes alone in the chapel as the timer approached its final seconds. Holmes immediately moved to the sealed opening he'd identified earlier, pressing against specific points in the ancient stonework until a section swung inward, revealing a narrow passage beyond. "Quickly, Watson," he urged, already ducking into the hidden corridor. "When the shutters retract, this entire chamber will be flooded with direct sunlight. Effective against Dracula, certainly, but potentially hazardous to human eyes at such intensity." They had barely cleared the passage when the timer reached 0. A series of mechanical clicks and groans echoed through the Abbey as long dormant mechanisms activated, followed by the distinctive sound of multiple shutters retracting simultaneously. Even from within the passage, Watson perceived the sudden increase in light, a brilliant illumination that transformed the gloom of pre-dawn into something approaching the intensity of midday. "Did he escape in time?" Watson asked as they navigated the narrow corridor, which appeared to lead toward the Abbey's crypt. "Almost certainly," Holmes replied, his tone suggesting this outcome had been anticipated. "Our objective was not destruction, but demonstration, proving that we understand his vulnerabilities and possess the ingenuity to exploit them effectively. We've established ourselves as genuinely dangerous opponents, rather than merely interesting distractions." The passage opened into the crypt, a vast underground chamber where stone sarcophagi stood in silent rows, their occupants long since reduced to dust. At the chamber's centre stood another of the massive wooden chests they had observed in the chapel above, its lid partially open to reveal rich, dark soil within, unmistakably foreign to English ground. "His primary resting place," Holmes confirmed, approaching the chest with caution. "Though I suspect he's established alternate sanctuaries beyond the 50 we've identified, contingency locations known only to himself." A thorough examination of the crypt revealed additional evidence of Dracula's extensive preparation. Hidden compartments in the walls contained various documents, among them detailed maps of London with locations marked in a precise, antiquated hand, and several volumes that appeared to be personal journals spanning centuries of the vampire's existence. Most significantly, they discovered a collection of materials relating specifically to Holmes himself. Newspaper clippings of his cases, handwritten analyses of his methods, even copies of Watson's published accounts, with extensive annotations in the margins. Clever. He missed the obvious here. "I could have designed this better." "He's been studying you with scientific precision," Watson observed as they examined these materials, "like a naturalist documenting a newly discovered species." "And I him," Holmes replied, carefully gathering certain documents that appeared particularly valuable, though with considerably less time at my disposal. "Come, Watson, we should depart before our advantage dissipates. The sun's illumination will provide cover for our exit, but we cannot assume Dracula has abandoned Carfax entirely." As they made their way back through the Abbey, now brilliantly illuminated by the redirected sunrise, Watson found himself contemplating the strange intimacy that had developed between Holmes and their immortal adversary, a connection based not on affection, but on mutual recognition of exceptional minds. It was, in its way, as dangerous as Dracula's physical capabilities. This intellectual seduction that threatened to transform their moral mission into a mere contest of wits. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the starry skies of Athens, the quiet canals of Amsterdam, the golden streets of Havana, or the wave-kissed shores of Bali? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet hold you. Let your dreams travel far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world. Be